You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the IGL Skybell series. My name is Soren, joined as always by Raid. Today,
Hello.
we're starting off with Land Dodgers versus Little Boys on Bind. Raid, how you doing today?
Doing great. I'm excited to see how this goes. I'm excited to actually cast some bind. After a while, we were talking about it previously, and we were getting excited coming down to the last couple of bands there, between Ascent and Bind, and it's nice. It's nice to finally be able to cast some bind. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a usual
Mhm.
pick we see, especially at this tier in Valorant.
Mhm.
It's a pretty straightforward map in my opinion. You know, there's no real mid space except for like right by teleporter over in B.
Mhm.
So, thinking of that, what are you expecting to see here? Are you expecting anything crazy, wacky, any specific agents you see on Bind that we don't normally see in the other pool of maps?
You know, considering what you just said, talking about how bind is normally pretty straightforward, I'm not, I'm not imagining anything particularly insane or wacky or out of the ordinary coming from agent picks or anything like that. Uh, of course, we see a lot of Viper on bind, so I wouldn't be particularly surprised if we saw more Viper. I would love to see some KO. I feel like KO in this map is really, really strong. But once again, it's nothing that's particularly out of the ordinary for this map or any other maps in general. I'm more excited to see, as you were saying before, how straightforward it is to see the sort of cadence in which they play, right? How quickly will they begin to kind of push the point? What will the defense be like? And I'm curious just to see how they're going to posture on the map itself.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree 100%. I think KO is a
Mhm.
really good agent on this map, but that also does bring up the other initiators because the
Mhm.
newest agent in the game is Fade. She's been out
Absolutely.
for a while, and teams are now starting
Mhm.
to really integrate her into the
Mhm.
agent pool. And Bind is one of those maps where the initiators are really up in
Yeah.
the air. Sova still gets used a fair bit, but
Mhm.
especially after the Sova nerfs, especially after the little bit of a quiet nerf on Sova
Mhm.
in the latest patch where now if you use his shock dart to remove utility on the map like a cipher tripwire, it no
Mhm.
longer gives that audio cue.
Yeah.
Um, he's a little bit weaker than he was before, but before we get any farther into the discussion of the agents, we're gonna go
Yeah.
right over to the agent select here. give 1 minute. Looks like we might have a little bit of a tech issue, but we'll get there in a minute.
It's all good. It happens.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Talking about Fade, yeah, I definitely think that Bind is one of her best maps, hands down. There's so many lineups. It's just you can clear entire sites with her ultimate as well. Her prowlers are amazing for clearing the various corners and cubbies that Bind has, because of course it is almost a nefarious map, right? It feels
Yeah.
almost evil in a way sometimes, with so many different corners and the cubbies that people can hide in and can catch unsuspecting people walking by. Those prowlers are so good at clearing those various corners. So I think that Fade might be a pretty viable pick here, because if you were going to select her on any map in particular, I think Bind would be it.
Yeah, absolutely. But Faye's not the only other initiator
Hmm.
besides
Hmm.
Sova and KO. We have Breach, who has been seeing a
Hmm.
lot more play on this map. Breach has
Absolutely.
been played almost on every map,
Hmm.
I think, so far. So, he's definitely in the meta. He could be
Oh
pulled out
yeah.
here. Sky has also used her flashes,
Hmm.
much like Fade's Prowlers, are so good at getting into those tight angles and those
Oh
weird
yeah.
um, like crossfires that we see on Bind all the time. So I really
Absolutely.
think the initiator's up in the air, but I agree with you. Viper, I think, is definitely going to be
Hmm.
picked here. I
Hmm.
really can't see a world in which Viper is not the best
Hmm. Hmm.
controller on this map.
Hmm.
Asher's a little bit weaker nowadays, and Omen's really the only other one I can see taking that. But a lot of times we actually
Right.
do see a double controller setup.
Absolutely.
Now we are officially getting into agent
Hmm.
select here, and I think we're seeing some pretty normal setups. We're seeing
Are
Omen.
are we?
She's Petting Viper. Oh, there's no
Oh
Viper in lobby yet. Wow.
no.
Okay.
Brimstone is definitely one of those agents that's good on. I feel like practically any map, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
His smokes are great. Uh, though the lack of a Viper is definitely something interesting here, because she can completely cut a point in half, which is great for that initial entry. Um, but kind of looking at the team compositions on both sides here, they're definitely interesting.
That's a double sentinel for the defenders here,
Hmm.
the Cypher and a Chamber. Cypher's definitely been getting a lot more play. I really think we only really see him on Bind, so it's interesting to see him come out. But it looks like we might have a Yoru pick. Oh, they're all going duelists right now, so we'll see what happens.
There,
But
yeah, yeah.
I know they were hovering Yoru for a hot
Mhm.
minute there, so we might see
Choose your
Yoru.
agent.
Curious
A
to see if they're
Cajun.
actually going to commit to the neon as well.
Yeah, it looks like the
Okay.
selections will be final. Okay, so we are going to see the Jit
Oh.
come out, an Omen as well coming out for the attackers, but the other side a little bit more interesting. I do like seeing Cypher and KJ in the lobby because
Yeah.
with Chamber really dominating the meta, you haven't really seen a lot of Cypher like at all, and KJ's been used very limitedly. So I'm really
Hmm.
excited, especially on Bind. You almost never see KJ on Bind. You only really ever
Yeah,
see
absolutely.
Cypher if it's not a Chamber or with a Chamber.
Absolutely. And considering the fact that they're starting on the attacking side, I'm interested to see how they use the KJ. Of course, you might expect and you might, see the KJ doing any sort of lurking and whatnot, considering that her util doesn't have as amazing usage on the attacking side, but I'm definitely interested to see how they make this work. Because you don't see KJ come out very often, so I'm sure they have a reason for doing it.
Yeah, no, KJ is very useful on Bind.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
have played her on Bind before, obviously not in team play,
Absolutely.
but being able to hold down that flank and completely stop those flanks most of the time is a very helpful tool when you only have
Hmm.
two agents and there's no mid to play around.
Right. Looks like they have a pretty split posturing right now. Just playing slowly, seeing if anybody's going to kind of push any specific lanes.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a sentinel duel over in showers, though. Carson is waiting patiently, is outgunned by the headhunter. But it looks like that's everywhere all over the map. The attackers are playing very patiently here, waiting to see if there's any initiation from the
They're
defense.
concussed.
the Sky Dog will go through the teleporter and will spot out one attacker, which will actually force them to fall behind. Meanwhile, Camo opening proceedings with a kill over in B long. And that's going to trigger a small rotation out from the defense. Definitely leaning over towards B more. It's going to be an ult orb as well. Doesn't look like they're going to push it though, so just a little bit of an advantage gained along with that ult orb as mentioned before.
Oh, Remy.
There we go. Action over in A short. Remy is going to gun down the jet. It's going to be a massive hit. Carson has now taken full control of Showers, and they are fully ready to take this A site. There we go. Dart comes through, and so does the push. Though Remy is in a fine position to do some damage. Maybe catch him off with the flash. They only have 12 seconds left on the clock, and they've almost fully rotated, caught them off guard, but Kuroyushi is there. Might be able to stop this plant, will not be able to. They will go down, but will find one. The defenders have fully rotated. Now there's only one attacker left standing. Carson does have mollies in hand, so they could do the most here if needed. Spike is halved, forcing them off. Not able to get the defuse. Bullets are shared, but at the end of the day, Funside picks up a 3K. And that's first round going towards the defenders here.
Absolutely. You know, that initial pick from Camo is definitely expecting a little bit more of an aggressive push. I understand that they don't have as much entry, considering the fact that they do have a KJ on attack right now, which, you know, her util is not particularly amazing for trying to push on and take a point, but it's pretty good for post-plant, of course. Yeah. So I would imagine you would want to very quickly try and rush and take control of a site so you can play for that post-plant. But the fact that after they got that first pick, they continued to play passively and wait for Lane Dodgers to mess up or push aggressively or anything like that is what I think kind of spelled their doom there.
We are going to see a very aggressive push.
Rather
Just
aggressive.
after you say it, Proc is immediately going to get a kill with the short. He's actually going to leave that Spectre for one of their teammates. Funside is waiting pretty patiently. The Molly's going to come out to stop pushing the planter, excuse me, but doesn't matter. Zach gets the kill on Carson with the paint shells, but crossfires are set up. The attackers are in a very good spot, and they just gun them down one by one. Sherpa and Camo are able to get the final two, and despite losing the first round, they've picked up the second round going the wrong way in the anti-eco. It's now 1-1.
That is unbelievably unfortunate. It's still, of course, you can easily come back from a situation like this. It happens all the time in Valorant. But to be completely fair, the second that you lose that sort of that eco round there, when you're buying yourself, it gets a little rough because now LB is going to be able to kind of almost snowball with their economy here. And considering the fact that Procra managed to pick up 2 with the shorty there and then immediately throw back a Spectre to the rest of their team, I'm interested to see if they take as aggressive fights as they did previously, and it looks like they are.
Yeah. Land Dodgers already down 2 as we get underway in round 3. The attackers have full control of site, though it looks like they're going to try to do a little bit of a pincer move, though the smoke is going to make it difficult to do anything to re-enter site. Sky Flash comes out, doesn't hit anything, but will clear out the left side over towards Elbow. Sherpa is going to win that duel just due to the gun advantage, and honestly, it goes the way you would expect. It's going to be a flawless round here for LB.
Absolutely. And like you just said, it was expected for them to win that, considering the fact that, you know, Land Dodgers had lost the previous one when it was on the eco, which is rather unfortunate. But, of course, they're going to have their buys now, so they should be able to bring this back, and this should be a lot more indicative of where this game is going to go. Man, it's like LB heard exactly what we were saying. I think they recognized that how passive they were playing was not the way that they needed to take that site, and definitely not the way that they needed to play the cadence of the round. So they decided that they were just going to push on hyper aggressively, and it worked out in their favor, right? They had that jet, so that jet can very quickly get onto site and use her smokes in particular to cut off any initial sight lines and corners, so that the rest of the team can have an easy time getting onto site.
Ooh, they're all getting gunned down. There's absolute carnage on site. 3 kills for the attackers immediately to start off the round, and there's only 2 defenders left standing. They're in a pretty good spot with the agents on hand. Sky and Brim are very good at retaking, though it is a little bit more difficult without one of them. Last man standing fun side, the last hope for the team. This was their full buy round. They had the gun advantage here, but it is just collapsing around them. And no utility in the pocket. They're still 1 off from ultimate, but at this point, it's probably just a matter of saving the rifle. The attackers are getting the same idea as they are slowly backing away from sight, knowing that Funside really can't do much in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a position you want to be in right now. If you are Land Dodgers. Ooh. Yeah, Funside making very sure that they don't make that sort of ending contact, because they would love to be able to save that Phantom, considering that it was post round end there. Okay, I'd love to talk about Camo, Sherpa, and Procra real quick. They are a juggernaut of a trio with their util, and the way that they're entering site right now. The smokes from Camo, the dash on the site from Procra, and those initial frags to kind of open up purchase onto the site so that they can just basically get control of the entirety of site, and then Sherpa's dogs and flashes as well, clearing corners and then just preventing any line of sight from the team entering onto the site. Wow. They've been playing like a unbelievable cohesive unit right now, and Land Dodgers is definitely going to have to disrupt this. Otherwise, they're just going to keep snowballing, because Land Dodgers econ is not in a great position, but that's a great way to open up the round.
Ooh, they're changing it up a little bit, playing a little bit more aggressive. I love that. They push up through a short, seeing as they are already at a gun disadvantage. What do they have to lose? Push up, and they get 2 kills immediately, as Funside as well gets 1 over and Belong Sick. Just comes back over to A, re-secure it, and removes another attacker from the round, and suddenly it's a 2v4 situation, and there's technically 2 rifles on either side, but Marshall and Spectre are nothing to laugh at, especially when you're in these 4v2 situations, and you don't always need a Vandal. Sometimes you just need a good angle, and the attack is now completely stalled. They're in a prime position financially. They probably can just push and test their luck. They'll be able to afford for like the next 2 rounds, but only a Jet and KJ on hand is not the best. So it looks like they're probably just going to push on the site. Never mind, I was going to say they were going to wait for a little bit longer, but last second push.
It's not.
They're just going to go for it.
Oh,
Kiroshi does take out Carson. Kiroshi with 2 to finish off the round. And man, I know you were talking about Camo, Procra, Sherpa there, juggernaut of an attack, but what a good response from Land Dodgers there.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the recent rounds have been going into the way of LB, but Land Dodgers pulling that back is definitely posturing them for a great sort of resurgence on the scoreboard here, if you may. Considering the fact that they almost have 5 ultimates on the board as well. They have that orbital strike, and they have Cypher's ult as well. So I'm curious to see how they use those, because those could be completely round and almost game altering as well, depending on the way that they utilize it.
Dick taking a lot of damage there, is able to get out of the way, but is now down to just some scrap.
Battle of util right now.
Yeah. Retreats all the way back up to heaven, tries to get a good angle on him, though in pulling back did leave 2 of their teammates to die, though they do find 1 in response, as well as Zach, who's coming alive here, gets 2 for the round. Kiryushi as well finding 1. Rocker's the last man standing, and he will fall as well, as we have a resurgence here coming from Land Dodgers, bringing it back level 3-3. What a good round from them.
What an amazing round. Those initial picks on the fun side and Remy were definitely worrying if you're Land Dodgers or a fan of them, because that opens up for the possibility of course, LB, as they've been doing previously, just opening up with a explosive entry onto the point. But Land Dodgers managed to shut that down really quickly with a sort of combined effort of Zach and Sick. The way that they began to kind of wrap around, their usage of util, especially that raised nade, the paint shells, were executed almost perfectly to completely stop any aggression from the side of LB. So that round was perfectly played.
Yeah. And I'm liking this aggressive stance that the defenders are using. Sick pushed all the way up. The only thing stopping them from running into these attackers is the smoke here, which will be reaffirmed, actually. So really, really nice. Might just catch the attackers off guard, but looks like the attackers are not looking for an A hit. The only one over there is Procra. Right now, the rest of their team is positioned over for a B hit, 2 in hookah, 2 down long, but the defense is reading them like a book. There's 3 already there. Meanwhile, Sick, I was talking about it, in a very advanced position. Does take out one, though. Zach getting a little bit too cocky, tries to push through with the showstopper, will get taken out. And the attack with the Killjoy, like you said, is going to just take Sick. Camo! That's a 3K. Fight goes down. Never mind. No, it doesn't. The orbital strike is used by the defense. So much utility being used. Sick one, the last one standing, is gonna have to do everything. The camo is on a 4K. Man on a mission. Ooh, very unfortunate placement of the rendezvous. But man, what just happened there with camo? He is top ranking for the lobby with 11 on the Omen.
Camo has been, I think, what's been opening up the plays for LB. The combination between the smokes and just hitting the shots as well, cutting off the clearly correct sight lines for the team to be able to just easily Congo line straight into the point. And then, of course, preventing anybody from exploding out of that smoke that they had just placed as well. Camo has been looking quite scary. But we're only a few rounds into this game right now, but this has been a very scrappy back and forth. And I can't even say that either team has a particular purchase on the game right now. This is a rather even experience between the both of them. Camo and Zach getting a little dodgy over here in the corner.
Got a little bit of a standoff here. Ooh, Zach satchels across and almost gets caught on the wall, but is able to make it through. And that opening pick from Funside is really putting a damper. And, you know, the tour de force over down B along is also not a pleasant sight to see if you're the attackers right now. Right now, it looks like, I know you said no team has, like, purchase on this map, but Land Dodgers are looking very good after a few shaky rounds. And it helps when Funside can do stuff like that. It's a 2K for them so far. Remy is going to spot that out. Ooh, Molly is going to cut them off, though. Very possibly could have gotten a kill there. Just unfortunate enough to miss a few shots. Oh, some bullets get sprayed down, and Carson finally gets the kill. We just won't talk about that. But Carson
made up for it. Sick
will get 2. But Sick is behind them. They are playing this so well. They are finding these little pockets and holes of space that they create with those opening picks, and they are just exploiting them. The attack can do nothing the moment they lose one of those players early.
Absolutely. So nobody in the lobby thus far has been pulling ahead in any sort of astronomical numbers in their KDA, but Camo is, of course, fragging out, but Sick has been playing almost textbook definition of what a Sentinel is supposed to be doing, and they are just preventing any initial aggression. They are completely locking down zones of aggression. The second I talk about that, though, it looks like Kim just wanted to shut down any praise towards Sick and just take him out in the beginning of the round.
Caster's curse, baby.
Man.
Sick out of the round. Procra as well.
A
Ooh,
shock
what a
dart.
very fancy dart there coming out from
Huh.
Kim Sung-yeon, who gets a few bit of damage on Remy K,
Paint
though
shells.
that
Ooh.
paint shell was paid in kind, though the Sky Heal will be used. And right now, we're just trading damage. No one is taking sight. Looks like the Sky Flash is used to see if anyone's doing a small rotate, but no one really is. The attack is just trying to get their Barons looking like, splitting up A and B yet again. Seekers, though, massive piece of information here. We'll spot out basically all three over in a short. Ooh, do they see the tripwire? They just might, but it doesn't matter because Kim So-hyun gets a massive kill. They're just gonna go around the tripwire. And now sight is taken. B is firmly in control of the attackers. There's 3 defenders left standing. And we're seeing a little bit of the old LB that we saw in the beginning rounds, though land dodges
LB2?
coming alive as well. One side, man, is a monster. Flash is coming out, trying to get some information, won't find anything. They're getting the right angles, but it's all about the timing. And Remy K with
goodness.
a 4K to re-secure the round. What a play. We are 5-4, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you call a close game of Valorant. Whew.
Absolutely. Every single time we try and discuss something post-round, immediately something else occurs, something whack or an event of retake like we just saw, that immediately blows any other thoughts that I was trying to formulate out of the water. Okay. Land Dodgers seems like such an evenly distributed... their skill distribution seems so evenly distributed. When it comes to the way that they utilize their util, and the second that I'm trying to discuss anything post-round, of course, somebody just has to take that limelight away from any analysis. My goodness. Everybody on Land Dodgers right now is just having their moment to shine.
Yeah, Zach with a very early opening kill. Kuroshi is as well going to find the kill on Carson, remove the Sentinel from the other team. Very interesting camera setup coming out from the Cypher, but it does give almost full vision over on that. I guess you can call that mid space. Oh no, sick. They can't do this to them with the off angle, removes Proctor from the lobby. They almost are sure that Sherpa is there and that Molly is going to push them into the corner, and Sick is going to find a second. What good team play there from Fun Side with that Molly. What a good display for them so far. And it looks like they're going to secure the 6th round as Camo is the last man standing, and they're getting pincered in. And despite a few good bullets, will finally go down, and that's 6 rounds on the board for Land Dodgers.
6 rounds on the board. Yeah, no, definitely. Land Dodgers is following the line of snowballing. Absolutely here.
Yeah.
I think they finally found their footing here in the map. Of course, those first initial rounds were going the direction of LB. Of course, clearly. Nobody can kind of refute that. The way that LB had initially managed to take away that eco round was amazing. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking that they were going to continuously manage to just sort of outpace Land Dodgers, but I think they recognize that if they continuously take this... Ooh, passive defense is not going to work for them, but... Pastor's curse, man.
Pastor's curse, but this is exactly what we expect.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, they had 3 rounds on the bounce earlier that got them into a good position, and then they responded with Land Dodgers coming alive as well. And now we're seeing the reverse yet again as the attackers, LB, take back control of this map with such a clinical round. What a good use of ultimates. The Blade Storm and the Hunter's Fury being brought online there to just secure those early picks, and then the immediate response to just take full control of A site and just pick off the rest of their team one by one by one until they get firm control back into this game.
Absolutely. And now LB is having the opportunity to take this half into a 6-6, which the way that Land Dodgers was taking this half, it didn't look like it was going to be possible, right? Their defense seems so stalwart and amazingly executed. But LB with that KJ online, with that Killjoy, they could just explode onto a point here. But the orbital strike should be able to take that out, and I'm curious to see which lane they want to take an aggressive push into. Because LB has a lot that they can work with here, but I know they have to be worried about the strange posturing that Land Dodgers has been taking here, especially with that aggressive push from Sick. Man, he's been doing that almost every round.
They're just finding the gaps. They find these little gaps, the holes in this attacking setup, and just pushing them to their limits. Meanwhile, over on B, the attacker Killjoy comes out, is going to push the defenders off of sight, but not using enough. Zach is still there and gets the opening pick onto the site, and what looked to be possibly a pretty good push is immediately shut down as Carson and Kim Soo is just kind of sitting over in long, trying to figure out what to do, while their teammate is over with the spike over on A. Camo is severely outmanned and outgunned. That hop is going to give away a lot of information.
Camo.
Oh, what a disgusting kill! And Kim Soo picks up a kill on front side.
left.
The rotation comes out through the teleporters. And he gets another one. Camo coming alive, trying desperately to secure the round. Pick up the 6-6 half. Remy, though, has done really, really good so far in this half. Might be able to remove them from the lobby, but it's going to be close. Oh, catches them looking 2v2. Kim needs to win this. He won't. Remy. The utility is used to keep them off the plant. Defuse comes out only for a second before the second molly is activated. Carson goes down, but it's all about timing. Do they have it? And they do. What could have been a 6-6 at the last second collapses to a 7-5.
Land Dodgers
Switching sides.
ended that half with every ultimate ability in the bank. Yeah, no, I'm both surprised and a little bit confused on after Carson had popped the Killjoy. The fact that LB did not use that as a tool of entry, right?
Yeah.
They had I'm sure they were waiting for Land Dodgers to make any sort of mistake, and it seemed as though they were wanting to posture to try and catch Sick or anybody else that might be on their flank, but unfortunately they didn't have enough eyes on the flank, so Sick was able to just take out a really easy and early frag. So the fact that they didn't use the possibility of aggression with that ultimate from Carson to get onto B site, I think was their downfall there.
Yeah, no, I really think they were trying to pull a rotation out from that, but Land Dodgers on the defense were just so stalwart and just sat and waited. They weren't going to rotate until they saw the attack come through, and poor Camo kind of had to suffer for that and just had to push on 1v2. Still won it, to be fair, but it was not the position you would have wanted to put Camo in regardless.
Right,
But,
and of course, sorry, I was about to talk about, the 7-5 half and whatnot, but luckily for LB, they're going to have a better defense with Carson on that KJ on defense with a much, much better use of their util. But the second that I say that, yikes. Prokra going down initially, and then Carson going down as well. The Sick.
Headhunter.
Man.
So good in these situations. Remy is going to flash out.
Camo.
It doesn't matter because Camo is going to tear. Camo gets a kill despite being flashed, but it's all in vain as one by one their team gets picked off around them, and Sherpa, the last defender over on A, is going to have to try to do something here. They're going to want to die to get that loss streak bonus. But let's see if they can cause a little bit of damage. Funside is going to peek them. Will give away that location. The flash comes out. Maybe hoping to get one, but the only thing they'll find is a bullet. as Remy goes down, and it is 8-5, and that's exactly what you want to see if you are Land Dodgers here.
That's exactly what you want to see. Being able to start this half with the advantage. But I would imagine if you're Land Dodgers, maybe you're feeling an ever so slight twinge in the nerves here, considering the last time that you played against an eco, it didn't go particularly well for you. Hopefully, considering the fact that they're on attack now, and they have that sort of twinge in the back of their mind of that remembrance of what happened their previous eco round. Hopefully they'll be even more on the edge of their seats, so they should be able to pull this out, considering that they have a Marshall bot and 2 Spectres here, coming up against a Shorty 3 Classics and a Frenzy.
No. This is exactly what we kind of saw in some of the eco rounds in the past. This pincer from the backside, though, fun side, reads it like a book and finds it. I was going to say they are kind of playing like they're expecting to lose here with only ghosts and a few specters in hand. But I say that as they get to opening, kill really good areas. Prokra is going to try to make something happen. Has the dash up, won't be able to find any value from it. They're going to run into the chamber with the headhunter.
Oh, no.
Shorty, that's disgusting. They did have a ghost. That is a small upgrade for them. 3-3. It's anyone's round here. Though that is 2 Spectres in the hands of the attackers. Funside and Remy, though, are trying their best to secure it. Prokra found one in the round, but Funside, man, this is a game of controllers. Look at the top frags right now.
Absolutely.
Who would expect to see the Brim and the Omen at the top of the 2 boards?
Yeah, no, not something that you would be particularly keen on seeing here, considering that you have a Jet on the side of LB that you would want to be your sort of main fragger here, especially in a map like Bind, because you want all of that Jet util to try and get you onto the point, right? Or at least here on the defensive side, you're going to do your absolute best to take those 1v1, shut down those lanes, and be as disruptive as you possibly can. And so, the fact that Camo, as the Omen, is top frag right now, is definitely a little bit telling on the fact that I think LB isn't making as great usage of their util and just the kit of their agents in general as you might want. Oh, it's gonna be rough for Sherpa.
Wholeheartedly, Sherpa goes down. Remy winning at that duel, though. Carson finds the trade. Zach and Remy, though. The site is theirs. The only one there is Prokra sitting back towards CT. The spike is gonna go down. There's no ultimate, excuse me, on the board. Full Jet util, though, so maybe Prokra can make something happen, but they're gonna have to pull magic out of a hat to bring this back into their favor. And this is a little rough because this is supposed to be the bonus. This was their round, but here we are, full rifles in the lobby, and it looks like they might just lose 3 rounds in a row at the beginning of this half, and that's not what you want to see, especially as that's going to bring them to double digits. Remy with yet another 3K. I know we talked about Camo, Prokra, and Sherpa earlier, but look at Remy, Funside, and Sick.
Absolutely.
Monsters on the board are taking this game in their own hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, luckily Land Dodgers has managed to dodge a second iteration of Calamity here, with being able to win that eco, and then also pulling out the bonus round. Now, like you said, that's really, really rough for LB, because off of winning that bonus, Land Dodgers are in double digits on the board now, and it's 10-5, which means it is not great for LB because they have to win the next round. Otherwise, Land Dodgers are going to be in an almost inescapable win, right?
Yeah. Sick one is a monster.
Absolutely.
Getting 2 for the round already. It looks like Prokra was trying to take a book out of Sick's hands and playing really aggressively, but Sick said, no, that's my tactic, bud, and remove them from the lobby before they can sully that name. And now it's a 5v3. It's looking real rough. Camo, their top frag, only has a Bucky in hand, is going to run into the Vandal of Fun side, the wrong end of it. Meanwhile, Remy as well gets the kill on Carson, and Sick gets 3K, and we are 11-5. This was such a close game early on.
Such a close game.
I was going to make a joke that the last time we went to bind, you and me, we cast this, we went to like 30-something rounds.
Yeah,
like,
38,
we went on
38 rounds or so.
forever.
Absolutely.
It's something crazy, and I thought we might have something similar here where we just kept going back and forth and back and forth.
Right.
But Land Dodgers have really come alive, and they said, no, 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 this is our game, and we are not losing it. Because they, since the last round of last half, have not lost the game, and since, what is that, round, I think, 7 of last half, they've only lost 1. So,
absolutely. I'm struggling a little bit to see where LB can manage to pull back this game in general, not just the round or not just a half. They have to have an unbelievably convincing couple of rounds here, but that is not the case. Sick is just snowballing and is just almost putting these entries weirdly on their back, but Sherpa trying their absolute best to even out the field by taking out Funside and Remy, but I don't know if it's enough to take out this round as Carson is the last one alive against Sick. And Kuro here.
it's looking very rough. They're going to have to pull Magic out, but it looks more and more unlikely. The only thing they have is one of their trips in their back pocket. They have no other utility on hand, only 34 health to work with. Meanwhile, they have 2 rifles aimed down at them. They will trade it out for a Vandal, maybe to get that 1 shot kill potential, but it's not enough as we are at match point here between Land Dodgers and Little Boys. And it's looking more and more like Land Dodgers just have this one in the bag. That's 5 in a row.
Absolutely. Luckily, at the very least, just trying to look in the bright side, for LB, they do have the ultis online for Omen. They have the Seekers and they have the Killjoy, but they only have 1 genuine rifle on the board, the Vandal for Camo. Now, Camo has shown that they've been able to frag out, clearly. With 16 and 13 being the top frag for their team, they've been able to get at least something done here. But the tour de force for Sick and 5 Vandals on the side of Land Dodgers, it's looking a little rough for LB to be able to take this out in any capacity. This could be huge here.
Finds 1, finds 2, but will get taken out. Zach and Funside finding 2 themselves. 1 attacker left standing. Kiryushi is going to have to do the most. Runs into the Blade Storm, but will get the kill on Brockra. It's a 1v1. They are so close. Oh, there's Neural Link's going to come out. And it won't be able to proc fast enough as somehow Camo sneaks all the way around through Elbow and gets the last second kill during the plant.
That was, of course, needed, considering the fact that Land Dodgers has 12 rounds on the board. If LB lose a single round from here on out, or even lose a person or 2 on their team initially, it's going to look unbelievably rough for them because they cannot lose a round at all from here on out. They have no breathing room, and they don't have any room to wiggle for. So if they lose anything, or they have any picks on their team, it's going to be almost impossible for them to pull out this game. But the Vandal from Camo should hopefully be able to get something done here.
Flawlessness is the name of the game. Showstopper comes out, but won't find anything. Almost picks off Carson, but not quite yet. Has to fully retreat. This smoke is going to come out. The guard smoke, I like to call it, where it cuts off the entirety of the back half. Though the Killjoy coming out from the defenders is going to be really good. Brockra finds 1 before taking out Kiryushi. 4v4. The Killjoy is pushing them all the way off. Carson, though, Oh, so close to spotting. Oh, Kyoshi is detained, but it doesn't matter as Frontside comes and supports their teammate, gets the kill.
Wait.
Camo does find the trade. Hero's in a really, really bad spot. There was a small rotation, but they're back
Sick.
over on
Not
A.
again.
Seconds left.
3-3. Health is technically in the favor of LB here, but it's
Sick.
close, and losing Camo's a massive hit. A Sick is still on the board, and that's going to be 3-man push through A short. Only 12 seconds left. If they can maybe just stop this push and plants, but they can't, as Zach secures what could be one of the last kills of this map and of this series. Sherpa, the captain of this team, is going to have to put the hopes and dreams of this competition for their team on their back as they slowly make their way on the site. So
But a bulldog and a dream here.
Small push through U-Haul. Ooh, they're gonna get spotted by that Cypher Cam. Will find one kill though. Will run right into Sick and will be taken out.
Fortunate.
And just like that, that is map 1 of the IGL Skybell series going in the way of Land Dodgers. What a good map.
Wow.
What a good
That was a great. That was a great map. Absolutely. Now, we were discussing initially, and we were constantly going back and forth about how the game was just going constantly back and forth. That first half ended with a 7-5.
Yeah, it was close. It was
That
really,
was
really
very close. And I had no expectation. Of course, Land Dodgers was doing amazingly towards the end there, right? They were constantly pulling out rounds, and they showed that they had finally sort of caught their rhythm there, specifically on defense coming into that offense. But it looked like the offensive half was where they were going to shine. Clearly, they shut down almost any aggressive posturing from the defense, and they would just immediately explode onto the point, or they would play unbelievably passively and wait for LB to be the ones that made a mistake. They constantly sort of switched up their cadence, how quickly they pushed, their positioning, and they deserve that win through and through. That was an amazing, amazing display of skill from Land Dodgers.
You're absolutely right, and a very impressive win for Land Dodgers. Very good job, the little boys there. Unfortunately,
Absolutely.
just not their day, and they came up against a really good team, but it's not quite over. Land Dodgers are going to be going up against Rolls, which we know are a bunch of OG esports competitors. So a tough task for them in their next map, but we still have the entirety of the Skybell series to be played out today, folks, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a short break.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe with the Skybell Video Doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you're just now joining us, this is the IGL Skybell series, second of the month of June. We have these every Saturday this month, so come check us out next week and the following week after. But right now, we are going to the second round of this tournament today. We have Rolled versus Land Dodgers, who we just watched take down Little Boys. I am Sorn, joined once again by Raid. Raid, what's
Hello.
your thoughts here? Because Rolled is a pretty experienced team from what I gather. Some of them have been playing since I believe Source CS, so pretty good team
Yeah,
it looks like.
some pretty old CS here. Yeah, Land Dodgers is coming off of a very convincing win though against Little Boys. Considering the fact that Rolled has so much experience just sort of in the competitive scene in general, and the fact that we just saw an unbelievable performance from Land Dodgers, I'm definitely interested to see a rather fun match of Valorant. Should hopefully be pretty entertaining. And of course, coming onto the map of Ascent, definitely different than Bind, so we'll see what Land Dodgers can pull out here. And since we haven't seen Roll just yet, I'm interested to see how Land Dodgers begins to kind of form their initial attack, considering they're going to be on attack and Roll is going to be on defense. How they kind of set up an Ascent, and if they want to take mid or just how they end up playing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Ascent is a very different map from Bind. Bind's one of the more unique maps, only having two sites and no real mid to play with there's teleporters. But Ascent is a bit more of a traditional map. But before we go any farther onto map discussion, we have agent select going on right now, and we're actually seeing Possibly a very similar setup from the side of
Mm.
Land Dodgers with Kuroyushi picking up the
I would
cipher yet again.
love to see the Astra from Get Gritty. I would love to see that. You know,
Absolutely.
we don't see Astra very often nowadays, considering the kind of more minor nerf. But I do still think that Astra is definitely a viable pick if you have, excuse me, if you have strats that can revolve around her kit, because if you can play Astra well and you can play a comp with Astra well, unfortunately we're not going to get it.
Ah,
But if you can play it, then generally teams can play it very well because it's definitely one of those picks, definitely an agent pick that if you're going to be playing the Astra, that you need to know how to work around our kit. But unfortunately, we're not going to get it, and we're going to get the much more standard and staple controller for Ascent of Omen.
absolutely. Astra is still really good because she's still the only controller that can have complete map control on a global scale. But Omen, very much a playmaking agent, the only real playmaking controller on the roster. Even sometimes play a little bit more like a duelist. As we saw on the last map, Camo was a top frag for their team,
Yeah.
laying on the Omen. So I'm really excited to see what they're pulling out here. And going up against a little bit different team again on Ascent is gonna be a little strange.
So
Bind had this situation where there's only the two sites to take, but now you have the entirety of mid to fight for as well. So what are you expecting to see here?
Um, real quick, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at Land Dodgers roster right now, everything is the same in terms of players, but the positions are completely different. Funside was playing Brim previously,
Oh,
correct?
you're
And now they're
right.
on the
And
Jet. Remy is now on the controller from the Initiator. Sick and Kuro are on the same roles, on the same agents, and Buck, who was previously playing the Rays, correct me if I'm wrong, is now on the Initiator with the KO. That's some pretty drastic changes there for positions of the team. I'm interested to see why they made that change, because Funside, the difference between a Brimstone and the controller and the duelist of a Jet is a very, very big playstyle difference.
yeah, you are absolutely right. But as we say that, it is going
My
to get
goodness.
underway here as the attack has fully pushed through. The defense has kind of crumbled over on B site. And now, Roll, they're going to have to do something to play for this retake. The Sky Flash is going to come out to clear out over in the main, but there's no one there. It's a full hold on site, and Remy is going to push up aggressively in the smoke and find one, and won't be able to find the kill as Trolls is able to just push through and take full control of the site almost single-handedly there with the 3K, and that's going to be the first round, which started really, really well for Land Dodgers, but just collapse under the weight of Rolled.
That initial pick from Inertia onto Buck, though, considering that Buck is playing the KO, the fact that they're not going to have their util to prevent that aggression with the pop flashes, with the knife or anything like that, is definitely rough. And the fact that they then traded that out against Inertia, I think the fact that they had the util from the Sky and the Sky was still up, that Roll definitely still had the advantage. Now, that was so unfortunate. Popping that smoke from Remy there on stairs, on B. So unfortunate, because Remy just barely passed by Trolls. And I definitely think that if Remy had realized that Trolls had just barely passed by that smoke, totally would have gotten the right click to the classic. But Twizy opening that up with a kill from Zach and on Remy. Oh, man.
Very, very unfortunate push through mid. Remy is trying to play through their own smokes, be a little bit more aggressive with their placement of it, but are just getting taken down once again. They got hit with the Marshall through for the wall bang, but not quite enough to actually kill them, which I was going to say was very lucky, but then the moment they pushed through the smoke, they just found the barrel of a headhunter, And then Quantumist and excuse me if I can get their name right, Twissy, just dominated that mid space entirely, took
Absolutely.
control of it, and now we're 2-0. We're going to the bonus round, and it's most likely going to go into the way of Land Dodgers. I say that, but that's actually an operator
It's
in
an
the hands
operator
of
from
Twizzy.
Twizzy. Yeah, no, that's going to be dangerous. A chamber with an operator on third round is not something that you want to come up against. Of course, that last round, which is the eco round, goes the way you would expect. Now, coming out here with the bonus, it's definitely still quite scary for Land Dodgers, because they're coming up against a Phantom and an Operator, and an Operator in the hands of a Chamber is definitely quite powerful, especially on the side of a defense. So Land Dodgers is going to have to figure out how to play around the sightlines of an Operator and not get picked off early, because if they do, that would be a rifle down and possibly in the hands of Land Dodgers.
Yeah, and they're playing very aggressively over towards A. Trolls noted the omen of Remy, but Zach is going to push through, get an opening kill on Greedy.
Okay.
Trolls, though, is making for him a sight and proving why they are a top frag, leveling out the playing field.
Boom.
Funside finds the wrong end.
Twizzy.
Operator and Twizzy coming alive here with 2 kills for the round. The Operator finding its value. A third in a row and peaks for the 4th, but not quite enough. And Hiroyushi just on the Cypher tries to make it happen, but unfortunately falls to inertia. They do save the Operator, but because of that Operator pickup, they take round 3. Picking up the bonus, they're forced to lose.
That is very unfortunate. I know he's talking about how powerful an operator on defense in the hands of a chamber can be, but he really proved what I was saying to another level. Twizzy getting that 3K there was unbelievably good for the side of Rolled, because they were able to pick up that 3rd round, which puts Land Dodgers into such a deficit in their economy and in round in general, because you want to be able to win the bonus.
Yeah, this is looking more and more like a massacre as they once again try to play for this mid space, and they try to push into it and it just collapses. There's nothing they can do. That Operator is holding it down, and then they have players sitting over in this garden area, and Greedy now with a 3K themselves. I keep wanting to like focus on these players who are performing really well, but I can't, because one round it's Twizzy, then it's Trolls, excuse me, then it's Greedy. Inertia won that one round, just one after another. They just keep pulling out new things to praise, and it's making it so difficult for Land Dodgers to get a foothold in this game, just to get started, not even to get in it at this point.
Absolutely, absolutely. They need to at least get themselves on the board here. Otherwise, Rolled is just going to keep snowballing that economy forward. They're going to have that Operator. They're always going to have rifles in hand, and then they're going to have a full arsenal of ultimate. Trolls, what are you doing to them right now?
It's all coming apart. Trolls should not have won any of that, but Trolls pulls away after getting out 3K, and Greedy is waiting there to support, peeks back out after Trolls retreats and gets yet another, and now Sick, who was really, really doing well for Land Dodgers in the last map that we saw, is going to have to do the most, get an ace to pull this back. That's a really good start. Takes down Greedy, so that's the smokes off the board. Technically, right now, they do have 4, but one is very low, but it doesn't matter, because Inertia is just going to push over from B into that attacker spawn and get the final kill. It's looking rough. It's looking real scary.
Quite scary.
What do you think Land Dodgers need to do to get into this game? Because right now, everything that they're trying is just getting cut off immediately.
Absolutely. Luckily, Land Dodgers, Sick is coming into a tour de force here. They're going to have the Cypher ult, and they're going to have the TP from Omen. Unfortunately, neither the Cypher ultimate nor the TP are necessarily initial playmakers, but hopefully popping that tour de force should be able to get Land Dodgers a few frags and take out a few different variables on the side of Rolled so that they can just aggressively push onto a point, which looks like what they're trying to do on B here, except they have two operators in hand, and Twizzy getting that pick on Zach is going to be quite rough for Land Dodgers because they no longer have that initiator.
Yeah, no, the double off is going to be a menace. Twizzy for another. Twizzy third again.
Don't do it
Trying
again.
to go for the no score. Not just it. The fun side with the sheriff in hand is going to try to pull them back into this. Trolls as well gets taken out by Remy, who flanked all the way through Gardens, through A. And that is the first round on the board. Maybe that double operator setup that we saw, maybe a little bit too risky there, but still, that is still going to be enough for them to purchase another one if they want to.
Absolutely. That was unbelievably necessary, of course, for Land Dodgers to win. They finally put themselves on the board. In that 6th round, it is now 5-1. They have so much more they have to make up for, but they do have 4 ultimates on the board right now. They also have an operator in hand, 3 Vandals. They do have 1 Spectre on the side of Remy, but it doesn't particularly matter because Funside opened that up with a pick on Twizzy. Twizzy not there is really helpful for Land Dodgers getting into the site. The second I say that, though,
Trolls is just mowing them down yet again. That's a 3K. Technically, as the KO is still up.
Oh,
But Funside responds with a 3K of their own. Inertia is the last one standing. There we go. Trolls does officially get the 3K with the takeout of KO. And now Funside only has 38 health to work with, as well as a sheriff. They technically do have an operator and a Bladestorm, but in these one-on-ones, it's a little bit more risky to use the operator, so Bladestorm's really all they have in hand, but oh no, there's no way this happens. They're expecting this possible rotation, but Inertia is actually expecting something over towards mid, so they're waiting patiently, maybe even seeing if they push through A. Though that door shut is going to give away the positioning. Inside. Oh,
the punch was gonna catch. Oh, it is. Oh,
good placement for the paint shells. Oh, it's so unfortunate. If that was a regular situation with full health, they probably could have gotten out of that and would have maybe even got the points off and been able to move safely.
absolutely.
But they just needed to move and go because with that damage already put onto them, they were in a very rough spot. They did not have anything to work with there.
No, that was definitely rough. Of course, Funside wanted to get down the spike as quickly as they could, so of course they put it in the corner, and it gives them multiple different angles that they can play from as well. Considering the fact that they had a sheriff and an operator in hand, I'm assuming they wanted to take longer sight lines as well. But it was just unfortunate. That paint shell was perfect. You know, we're seeing the sort of like 1.6 CSGO plays come out here from Rule. That is exactly how you play kind of a retake. I wouldn't even necessarily call it a retake. That was more of a prevention, if anything, almost. But that's exactly how you play that in CSGO, and that sort of veteran aim as well from Rolled is so prominent here. And the way that Trolls and Twizzy are playing, man, Land Dodgers is going to have to figure out something. They're going to have to change something up here to make it work. Funside has really been trying with those aggressive frags onto the site. They're sort of exploding with their dash, but they have to figure out something else.
Hero definitely noticed Greedy there, and Greedy might have even noticed the push in the
They're going to push through.
Oh, they are mere
He's going to push.
meters away from each other there. 4 stacked up into tree area. Though Twizzy with that operator has had one in their hands almost every round this map so far, is still finding that value. Though Remy pushed all the way up.
Oh,
Really get a little bit of damage done but not enough.
Oh,
Thanks
no.
to wall bang, and poor Remy, last man standing, is just gonna be fully surrounded and removed. And it is 7-1. This is a really dominant performance. We saw how good Land Dodgers are when they went up against LB, but I think the class is really showing here from Rolled.
Oh, absolutely. There's only so much that a difference in experience can make here, and Rolled is definitely demonstrating that. Even if not all the players on the team have sort of veteran experience with CS or games like Valorant and CS and whatnot, just the fact that you have somebody on there that might be an IGL or a team lead or anything like that that does have that sort of experience can make a world of a difference. And that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Paint shells, not paint shells, excuse me. The showstopper is going to be used. Won't find anything. Inertia.
All right.
He's going to spray down while flashed, and unfortunately won't be able to do much despite the Marshall and
sight.
Zach. But Greedy pushes through, gets 2. Trolls as well is still there. Finds
Okay.
one. Yushi. Oh no, very unfortunate placement, but they know exactly where the last one is, and Greedy with a 4K on the round. What a performance so far. I mean, we're still seeing it. We saw last map where the controllers had such a good influence and such a strong presence in the scoreboards, but we're seeing it yet again. Both of the second frags and both the teams are their controllers. Omen really finding its place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the controllers that can actually make a play, considering the fact that they have those TPs, they have the blind as well. The blind is amazing, an amazing point of utility that can play so well. Remy getting picked. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh my god, just the pixels, mere pixels, not even a full head to be seen. Spotted there by Quantumist. What a play. And now they're playing for this mid space yet again, and it's gonna be tricky because there's already 2 defenders there. Trolls finds 1.
Trolls, come on,
Flash
man.
comes out, and he will find another on Zach. And again, this mid push is just going to be dismantled. Sick, the last one in that space is going to have to do the most. We'll have to just teleport away.
No.
And then over in the B main, Inertia takes that duel with Funside and wins it. And now we're getting this deja vu. Sick one is the last man standing yet again, is going to either have to pull an ace out of their back pocket or just go next. And it looks like go next is the route we are taking.
Go next, absolutely.
It's
You
10
know,
rounds in.
you put trolls in a site, and it's going to be held. Whether they die eventually or not, it's going to be held, because eventually Twizzy's going to get there, or Greedy's going to get there, or Nurse's going to get there, and we haven't talked about Quantumist a lot yet, but I want to just direct your focus over towards that KDA real quick. Although they only have 3 kills and they have 4 deaths, they do have 8 assists.
This is
Everything on the side of Rolled is just played so unbelievably well.
this is the example of not everyone on a team needs to be fragging out at all times.
Exactly.
Sometimes someone just hyper focusing on
so
the
unfortunate.
utility and getting the team the information they need is all you need for success. And we're seeing it here as Funside immediately goes down.
Absolutely.
And Quantumist
Quantumist.
again may not be leading, but is still holding the site so well.
Didn't
Oh
clear
no!
that corner.
It didn't clear the
Oh, if
corner.
Remy-
Remy's gonna push up and will get the kill.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Quantumist. Caster's curse. We were just keeping praise, and just like that, a misplay comes out.
Spike
And-
is alone over towards B though.
Yeah, it's in the hands of Hiro Yushi here. And I guess maybe they're expecting that they're going to be
Just goes
waiting.
down.
But Inertia. Hiro Yushi gets that kill. That is massive, but Trolls is there waiting. This Neuralink does come out, but it doesn't get to complete the animation. Remy is up in heaven.
Oh no.
Greedy runs into them and will be able to get the gun out in time, but won't be able to secure the kill, and that is 10-1, and we are in the last round before the swap, and we're already at double digits for one team. This is looking like a commanding lead.
Absolutely.
Almost insurmountable here.
This is currently, of course, the 12th round, and it is 10-1. Clearly in favor of Rolled. I'm not sure exactly what Landauers can do right now to try and pull their way ahead. They want to try and win, of course, this last round to pull it out to a 10-2 half, but even then, they're then coming into that second half. They're coming into their defense.
Twizzy.
Only 2. Oh, Twizzy.
That's just such good team play. I want to talk about that for a second. The two-man push, but Twizzy stays back, still gets that angle over onto the archway there, but not enough to be spotted by that Cypher cam. So they only see Greedy, and they think, okay, it's just Greedy, we could push here. And the moment they do, they just meet the barrel of the operator in the hand of Twizzy. It's so well played, limiting the amount of information that Land Dodgers can use to their advantage. And now Twizzy in this off angle is going to get taken out. Kiryushi is coming alive. Wasn't that big of an influence in the last map, but man is really proving what they do on this team here in this map. Quantumous, though, pulls out the Hunter's Fury. That's a lot of information and a lot of damage. So
huge.
Huge. The flank and gets the final 2 for the round. And despite the really rough half, we are now going in 10-2. That's what they needed, and they need to start picking up those pistol rounds, because if they lose this, they are in serious trouble here.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's definitely the way that you want to try and close out that half. Not particularly the score line that you might be interested in if you're Land Dodgers, but at the very least, that's going to be a mental boost. Taking out that last round should instill a little bit of confidence in the rest of Land Dodgers, because it wasn't even a particularly close round either, and the way that they executed that push was amazing, to say the least. Especially considering that they know they've been coming up against the barrel of the operator and Twizzy. They know they've been coming out with the just clinical aim from Trolls, and then the amazing utility usage from Inertia and Greedy and Quantumist. But I am interested to see how they do on the defensive side, to see maybe this is their comfort zone, and maybe this is where they're going to start sort of pulling ahead here.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a little bit of a change up. You know, still in that mid space, the Land Dodgers like to pull back a little bit more, much like Rolled, but no one's really playing too aggressive here. There's not much space taken. I say that, though, as Sick does do what they did on the last map and push up into this main lobby area, seeing if they can catch them out.
All right.
The Headhunter.
All right.
And Zach with the Ghost is just mowing them down one by one. And this is a really, really good start to this half. Though Twizzy and Trolls are the last 2 standing, and they are a massive force to be reckoned with. But it doesn't matter. Kiryushi is able to secure the last kill of the round, and that's the pistol. That's what we needed for this map to continue.
Absolutely.
And that was very convincing from Land Dodgers.
Oh, that was absolutely very convincing. You know, it was a little nerve-wracking seeing it come down to Twizzy and Trolls, because we've seen their prowess in the rest of this map in the previous half, of course. But Kiryushi, I want to talk about real quick. Not anybody that's been super huge in the scoreboard or anything like that, and nothing that's made us go kind of nuts in casting here, except for the fact that they have been dangerous with pistols.
Fun side goes down, but gets a lot of damage before they do, and Kiryushi and Zach are just going to spray down and get the finalizing kills. Twizzy, the last man standing, has all 3 points of health remaining and is trying to see if maybe they can try to take Spike, but it's not gonna happen. Kiryushi, like you said, maybe not the most influential player in the lobby, but is definitely causing some mayhem every once in a while. Gets the final kill yet again. And that's the anti-eco. And now I pose this question to you. do they try to full buy here? Because they're in a really rough spot round-wise, but they're doing really well. Do you ever think they just full buy here?
I think it's definitely a play that they could make. I think the reason that they might not, of course, is that the reason that Sick is going to be buying the Phantom out here is, of course, they want the rifle on the board, but I think they also want that extra kill so they can get the tour de force. Wait, what? How? What happened?
Kill with the Molly. I'm not even sure what
That
happened
happened
there.
in the
That
very beginning of the round.
must have been a lineup or something.
That's
That was insane. But immediately going in their way, that's a pretty massive player off the board, and Twizzy didn't have an operator in hand, but still is causing a lot of mayhem. Though they do lose Remy in response, but they have firm mid control. They can go anywhere they want if they choose to push up it, but they're going to be running into Kiryushi and Fun Side.
Yeah,
But this defense is looking very, very strong.
Yeah.
Without that chamber, it's looking even scarier. KO Knife comes out, finds 2, so they know roughly where the
Greedy.
attack is, but Greedy doesn't matter. Will get the kill, bringing it 3 to 4.
Sick has to get something done here. They have to.
Flash, Marshall in hand gets 1 kill,
Oh,
but it's just clinical over on A, and Greedy gets the 1 kill over on mid, and just like that, that's the bonus round.
absolutely. And so, just sort of continuing our discussion a little bit prior, that Molly thrown, killing Twizzy in the very, very beginning just sort of short-circuited me for a second, because I am still not entirely certain exactly how it
Me
happened.
neither. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't even know where that lineup could have come from either. But anywho, of course, now they're going to be coming into a much more confident full buy, which is, I think, exactly what they were looking for here. I think playing with 11 rounds on the board from rolled is not exactly amazing if you're land dodgers, but at the same time, you at least have 1 round of cushioning, right? And I think that's what they were playing for, is that they go, we're going to win as many as we can, but we have at least 1 round we can play with. Inertia.
Oh
What?
no, with the Guardian, Inertia gets 1.
You have to
to
hit
chase
those.
him down with the Classic, but won't get the kill. Will pick up the Phantom,
Whoa.
but will get taken out 4v3. And now they have to do the most. Spike is not down yet, though Gritty finds
No
1 equalized.
way.
Health is pretty equal across the board. Though I do think that right now the agent selection is a little bit in favor of the attack right now. You know, Cypher's good, but once the utility is gone, like it is now, or is not able to be used, it gets a little scary. Greedy has taken firm control of site, but now the defense is rotating in, and neither of their teammates are there to support them. No, they will catch Sick out, bringing it 3 to 2, and Greedy is just playing around them, but Remy finds it before getting taken out themselves. 1v2, Kiryushi is going to have to pull everything they have left in the tank. Will run into them, will get the final kill. What a back and forth round. But it goes in the way of land dodgers. They might have had a rough first half, but they are back in this game.
Absolutely. And I know we were discussing Kiryushi not having an amazing influence in the game on this map or the map prior against LB. But Kiryushi has kind of started to come online here. They have been the playmaker. They have been the one that has been closing out almost every single one of these recent rounds. I think Kiryushi is probably the most important player for them right now, not necessarily in terms of util, but just in terms of having a body on a site, is that Kiryushi is going to be the scariest person for lane dodgers to make their way into.
Oh, Trolls finds 1, but will get taken out. That's 2 kills for the defenders. Make that 4 as they are just dismantled. Twizzy does have the tour de force in hand and should have all 5 bullets, but it's not a great position to be in. To be fair, in these spots, you know, these 25s, the chamber with a tour de force is definitely one of the better agents to be in it, seeing as they can just get 1 shot on all 5, but it's gonna be pretty
Clear.
tricky because they don't have much information.
Absolutely.
Plus, they know that Cypher Cam is somewhere nearby and might just spot them out. Ooh, and will try to clear it. They will, but they're going to run in the fun side. Won't be able to get the kill. The flash does not work. Smoke keeps fun side alive just barely. They're on their crosshair, but the timing is everything. Twizzy trying to see if someone's going to try to push aggressively. Will use one bullet to pull them out, but won't find anything. 14 seconds left on the clock, and as the smoke falls, so does Twizzy as they go down, and that's 11-6. And right now, Land Dodgers are really starting to catch some steam. Really starting to snowball here.
They're looking quite nice. They're looking formidable as well. Because consistently they're coming up against 1v1s, 2v1s, and whatnot. And it looked as though that they were initially, for the side of Land Dodgers, being almost out-mechanicked and out-aimed by Rolled. So Land Dodgers began to kind of swap up the way that they played, sort of rounding angles, 2 people at a time, to make sure that they can almost always connect and confirm at least 1 to 2 frags every time they challenged Rolled. And it's definitely been working for them, clearly.
Looks like they're gonna try to go for maybe another A hit, but at this point they need to find something because nothing's really working. They've tried this A hit before and it's been lackluster at best, but it looks like some mid space to be taken, pushing up through tree. Maybe trying to draw the attention over towards mid, though Kiryushi gets into contact with Twizzy, and Zach is in the fray. Finds 2, though. Nurture and Trolls get 2 kills on the board as well. The Omen is still down, can be picked up. Kiryushi, Phantom in hand, is going to find 2 as well, and it's just collapsing around them. As Inertia, the last man standing, will just get mowed down, and 7 in a row. Here we go. It's coming alive. I mean,
absolutely.
I'm not gonna say it. Every time we say something, Cass's curse comes back. So I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Just gonna
I've been very specifically biting my tongue on not trying to make any particular predictions or expecting any round or any half to go any direction. So yeah, what I will say is that Land Dodgers has definitely found their stride. That is for certain. Especially with that initial pick from Sick onto Twizzy. Sick has been watching Twizzy do amazing things with that operator and with that tour de force. So Sick decided that they wanted to be the chamber that everyone talks about.
That's 2 in the round for them.
Goodness.
The Showstopper is out, but it's just gonna run out of time. It's actually going to hit Generator and damage them. Won't find any value. If anything, it's gonna hurt them. But they do have control of sight, but it's a 5v3. They're gonna have to do a masterclass of a hold. Sick still has 3 left in the tour de force. Make that 2 as they find another kill. Will finally get taken out by Trolls. Inertia as well goes down, and Trolls is the last man standing, sitting in hell, and will just get swung on from every side, and will,
You know, I think
get taken out.
dare I say it? And I'm not going to make any half or, of course, map predictions here. Like as we discussed prior, the caster's curse and everything. But I think there was almost a bout of overconfidence from Rolled because they were doing so well against Land Dodgers initially. That was a 10-2 initial half, right? So the amount of rounds that they were kind of picking up, I think that Rolled just started to play a little bit overconfident, and of course that initial pick from Sick onto Inertia is going to open up just a whole bout of opportunities from Land Dodgers here in the defense. It's going to be really rough for Inertia to get in there. Luckily, they still have the utility from the sky, from Trolls here, to try and make their way on point. They'll still have the smokes from Omen and Greedy, and Twizzy, of course, that amazing textbook Sentinel here is still going to be on the board for Roll. Now coming into a 4v4, Greedy able to pick off his counterpart, and Remy, I'm curious to see what Roll is going to do here. They've been constantly coming up into just a juggernaut of an iron wall for the defense of Land Dodgers in the past 4 rounds in a row here. They have to be playing a little bit of a mental game, knowing that Sick has that operator and just how amazing, to say the absolute least. He's been on it. He's gonna move to the smoke and get a pick! The headhunter! That was insane! The confidence on that play to simply blast out of that smoke with operator in hand with the headhunter and get that headshot is nothing short of fantastic. Now we're coming into a 2v3 here. 1v3, Twizzy's the only one up! Whew. Wow, wow. Land Dodgers is really giving Rolled a run for their money. We are now coming up to 11-9, still favoring Rolled, however. But I think it all comes back down to sort of the pistol rounds. Coming up to the eco round initially in this half, sort of winning that. And the fact that they had kind of deliberated whether or not to full buy when Rolled had come up to 11 rounds. To 10 rounds here. I definitely think was the correct play not to full buy, because now they've just been constantly snowballing forward and forward and forward with this economy, which means that they are in such an amazing and advantageous position that even if they were to lose the next round, this round, they would still be in a position with their economy that they could full buy whatever weaponry and util that they wanted, and they are forcing Rolled to play in such a passive condition here, because Rolled is just worried that they're going to be running into 4 rifles and an operator on the side of Land Dodgers. So I'm curious to see if they can keep this momentum going, but that pick from Inertia onto Remy is huge. Remy able to pick off Twizzy, however, is still a decent frag, but considering the fact that they're coming into a pretty hard eco round, the fact that they have now leveled out the playing field for a 2v2 is definitely positioning Rolled in a pretty nice position here. Sick should be able to hear both of them running up on A, so I'm curious to see how he positions himself with the sight lines with the operator. I'm curious to see if he's maybe going to wait for Funside to get here before he tries to go for the retake, but no! Greedy is going to take him down with a classic of all things, and he's going to be able to pick up the operator. This is now coming down to a 1v2 with Funside, Quantumist pulling and closing out the round with a frag on the fun side. Now we are match point 12-9. What I was talking about before, the economy on the side of Rolled is so strong still that this doesn't particularly put a damper on the way that they can play, but they are pulling out 2 operators for Funside and Sick, and I'm curious to see where they position those operators. 1 in B and 1 looking down mid, it looks like.
Yeah, and especially as we saw how rough it went last time one of these teams pulled out 2 operators, though Funside is immediately going to bring us 5-4. It's a really good start for them.
Oh no!
Oh, that
I don't think
is making it so difficult for them to push on the site. 4v4, one of the operators goes down. Kiryushi is giving so much information, and Remy mows him down as they enter site. 2v3. Kiryushi, that cam is in such a good spot. They know exactly where the last 2 are. They're on site, they're trapped. They can't really do anything to get any space outside of what they've already taken, and they're just getting trapped in. Kiryushi's gonna spot 1 in that camera. Playing with 20 health is still helping their team so much. The push is gonna come through. Oh, damage will be done.
Kiryushi!
Still through the wall, and just like that, Sick with the headhunter finds another. And despite being at that point, they are still fighting. The double ops do come in massive here.
Absolutely. And now, Land Dodgers has finally found themselves with double digits for the scoreline. It is still 12-10, and it is still favoring Rolled, but the way that the momentum has been swinging, I'm sure Rolled is definitely sweating right now. They are, I would imagine, trying to figure out how they are going to come into this round because they need to close it out now. If Land Dodgers manages to win this round,
You want to play? Let's
it's
play.
pretty much almost confirmed and confident that they're going to be going into an overtime. Oh
Like,
man,
immediately getting
sick.
getting these immediate picks in these rounds are really setting them up to get these wins round after round after round. And Twizzy is trying to find anything over in mid, can't really find it. A is looking like a tough task to hit. We saw how B went last time they pushed, so if you're Rolled right now, I'd be scared. I don't know where you'd hit.
Absolutely.
Nick on this really nice angle is just waiting for someone to peek over aggressively. Though he will get sputted out by a Skydog, have to rendezvous away after the paint shells come through. The knife comes out from the KO, suppressing that tour de force. And sick, Marshall V.
Such a close shot.
They're so close, but doesn't quite hit. Remy pushed all the way up. Inertia, though, is there. They're going to just peek it after the flash, and Remy and Zach find one each. 3v2. Twisty tries to find one, but can't, and then Zach, knowing that he got shot by a tour de force, is just going to pop the no command, take it out of the lobby, and then peek again, find the kill, and now Get Greedy is going to have to do something. He's just going to run in the fun side with the smokes out. How unfortunate, but it is 12-11. What a game.
This seemed like a game that there was no possibility that Land Dodgers could have come back from. Rolled was doing exactly what their name would imply, and they were rolling through these rounds flawlessly. They had execution that was almost textbook and clinical, yet somehow, despite that astronomical lead that Rolled had, Land Dodgers managed to then swap and flip this game on its head, and now it is 12-11.
Oh no, fun side doesn't
That's
get
not how
that
you want to start that.
pick. Massive hit to them. Showstopper as well being used. They don't spot the player over by Logs, though. That might be terrible for them. The Trolls and Get Greedy find two each, and it's looking to collapse. It looked so good. It looked so good. It looked like we were possibly going to go to overtime, but just like that, it all collapses. And just like that, Rolled.
Just like that.
Despite a really, really good first half, having a really rough second half, still are able to secure their first map here in this tournament.
Absolutely.
And move
Absolutely. There are plenty of GGs going around in the lobby right now. No matter what team you are, what side you're on, no matter the player, no matter how much influence you had in this game, everybody had their time to shine, and both teams should be walking away from this just almost excited from the skill that they were able to exhibit. I am fully confident that if Land Dodgers had managed to pull away one or two more rounds in the previous half, that absolutely would have gone to an overtime, or even possibly swung in the way of Land Dodgers winning out the map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I really think that that experience that we kept talking about from Roll, at least some of the players being on since, see a source. I really think that
Absolutely.
experience really shown in that map and really what probably won them the game. Taking that many losses in
Definitely.
a row when you were up so strong in such a strong position is a real hit to your mental. But just like before, that is not the end of the tournament. Unfortunately, that is the end for Land Dodgers. Put on a really good showing for us, but Rolled is moving on. But don't go anywhere yet, folks, because we have even more amazing Valorant coming back for you after just a short break.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe with the Skybell Video Doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe with the Skybell Video Doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another match here in the IGL Skybell series. And we have a banger of a match for you. We have Nebula versus Terra Esports. Terra, the last winners of the last Skybell series last week. Like I said, Skybell is being played out every Saturday this month, so come check us out. But winner of the last Skybell series tournament, as well as the winner of the last Coliseum event that we had. So Terra with a pretty rich history here in IGL, winning multiple tournaments, coming up against Nebula, a little bit of new dogs. So of course, I'm Soren, joined as always by Raid. Raid,
Of
what are your
course.
thoughts here? What are you thinking?
I'm always a big fan of an underdog story, you know? I think most casters are a pretty big fan of an underdog story because it makes for an amazing casting experience in general. Um, that being said, we're being tossed right on over to Agent
Yeah.
Select here, so we can have a little bit more substance to talk about. Considering Nebula is a newer team to the scene, and Terra has quite a few wins under their belt. I'm interested to see what they end up picking and how they play. I would imagine we're going to get somewhat similar comps here, considering Breeze has a kind of couple of select agents, like, of course, Viper. That is probably the best agent on Breeze in general, just because of that Viper wall, the lineups, and everything that comes with her kit. She is quite good at post plant and preventing aggression. That being said, looks like we have Chamber, Sky, Jet, and Viper as of right now on the side of Nebula. That seems like a pretty standard comp right now, but we are hovering the Fade, which I would absolutely love to see, because I think
There we
Breeze is
go.
also one of Fade's best maps, and
Choose
luckily
your
we're going to be able to
agent.
see it today.
I'm really excited because we're going to see a very, very unique situation
Hmm.
when it looks like we're going to get double initiators here, but we're going to get 4 different initiators. It looks like we might have a little bit of a
Oh,
tech issue as one of the agents weren't able to select. So looks like we might be going back to the caster's decks for here for a moment. But we did get a little bit of a peek at what the teams are looking at, and we did see 4 initiators there,
right,
all different. We saw a Fade and a Sky on the side of Terra, and then we
right.
also saw, right, was that the side of Terra? I believe so. And then we all, oh, sorry, no,
Yes.
that was Nebula. And
Nebula,
then we
Nebula. Thank
also
you, thank
saw
you.
the KO
Mhm,
and the Silver come out for Terra, and the KO Silver is actually what we've been seeing a lot with Terra in the last few tournaments.
mhm,
Bless normally I think plays that KO role,
mhm,
but and has done it really well. So I'm a little bit interested to see what it looked like Hyun Min was picking it up. So
mhm,
a little bit interesting there, but Bless did pick up the Sova instead. So I think it's gonna be really interesting. Very fast and aggressive
mhm.
from the side of Nebula, where on the side of Terra, it's a little bit more laid back. Sova
Oof.
plays a lot farther back, and KO can play aggressive, but tends to play a little bit farther back and play off those knobs as well. So very very similar team setups, but it looks like they
Absolutely.
can be played very, very differently here based off the agent select.
Oh, of course, of course. And once again, another pretty big staple of Breeze is Jet as well. One of the best duelists for Breeze and one of just the best duelists in the game as of right now. But of course, Breeze with those sort of long sight lines makes playing Jet, especially with an Operator or Vandal in hand, such a formidable force, as well as Chamber with those long sight lines. Coming out with the Headhunter in the initial rounds, being able to aim down sights, pop a few heads here and there is exactly what you would want to expect, you would like from a Chamber on this map, especially then coming into the later rounds with Tour de Force online. Those 2 agents in particular are definitely forces to be reckoned with, and people to kind of keep an eye on in terms of the scoreboard as well.
Yeah. Speaking of people to keep an eye on the scoreboard, my player to look out for, by the way, is Andrew. We didn't
Hmm.
really talk about
Hmm.
them all that much, but you know, they were some really, really key moments coming out from Andrew in some of the last tournament wins. So we've seen what kind of terror that Andrew can bring on the server,
Hmm.
and I really think it's going to be up to them to bring some of that terror back into this lobby for them to win this out. Because Nebula are, of course, a really, really good team. It looks like we might have another technical pause, so gonna have to
Yeah.
deal with us for another minute or two. But you know,
Hmm.
they are in the chamber, so anything can happen. But I do want to talk about chamber a little bit because chamber in this setup, I know we were talking about how over on the last 2 maps with land dodgers, the six, excuse me, I was getting
Hmm.
the name, Six was able to play a very much more sentinel version
Hmm.
of chamber. I know he is a sentinel, but in this latest patch, a lot of times it's been a lot more of, if you don't get kills with chamber, playing much more
Absolutely.
like a duelist, he's nowhere near as
Hmm.
effective. So
Oh yeah.
what are your thoughts here on that?
Um, I definitely think that the lurking around and whatnot, of course, cutting down the amount of trips that Chamber has, as you were just stating previously, definitely does kind of bog down the amount of information and just sort of class of Sentinel that he can provide to the team. It definitely does cut that down. But Chamber has, I feel like, always been an agent that you have to frag out on, right? He has essentially a get out of jail free card,
Multiple times.
and he has his headhunter, right? Oh, Shadow. That's a great way to open that up.
Really
But-
aggressive push here. Lemins, though, does find the trade, but only for Darblaz to get a kill themselves. It's a 4v3, and Nebula
Ooh,
are playing
whoa.
very aggressive. I talked about it in the pre-lobby that the
Absolutely.
initiator setups were very different. You know,
Mm-hmm.
on the side of Terra, it's a lot more laid back, but Nebula had this really aggressive initiator setup that they could play off of, and they
Mm-hmm.
really showed there how aggressive they can truly be.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that coming into the fact that Nebula is a newer team, there's not going to be nearly as many VODs or anything that you can watch on them to try and gauge what their playstyle might be. And there is, for the side of Terra, that there is an agency of knowledge of how Terra is going to play their game, or just in general, Terra is going to have a lot more experience, so they're going to be much more confident and sort of concrete in their playstyle, and that might actually end up kind of biting them a little bit coming up against a newer team like Nebula, because there's no knowledge in how they're going to play. They're a newer team, newer to the scene, that I don't believe, now correct me if I'm wrong, that Terra's had a lot of experience with in the past, of course. So they're just kind of exploding out of the sight. That being said, coming into that sort of anti-eco round, it looks like Terra's coming up with the advantage here already.
Yeah, no,
Ooh.
not what you would expect coming out, as you said, from the anti-eco, but, you know, the advantage in terms of firepower is still in the way
Boom, Shadow.
of Nebula here, though Andrew with the Headhunter is going to level out 2v1, and unfortunately, Shadow whiffs their shots, and despite being on the anti-eco round, that is going to go into the wave Terra. That's a really good start for them to pull back after that rough first round loss.
Absolutely, absolutely. And following that rather nice anti-eco round on the side of Terra, they definitely played that probably as well as they could have. Nebula kind of exploded onto the site. They tried to cover as many corners as they could, and although I don't think they threw out the amount of util that they maybe needed to confidently connect with the site, they definitely did use their util in such a way to try and prevent an aggressive sort of defense from Terra, but they seem to have not cared nearly as much. Terra had the knowledge that, of course, they were going to be running into upgraded weaponry from what they had, yet they exploded out with a couple of classics and a couple of sheriffs, and it ended up going pretty well for them. Now having 3 Vandals on the board and a Bulldog for Andrew, they're set up pretty well to come into this half with an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good response from Terra. It was a little bit rough that first round, you know, like you said, not having as much experience with Nebula, they probably weren't expecting that level of aggression.
Exactly.
But I mean, what a good response. They got a lot of really early and really quality picks at the beginning of that round, and it kind of all just collapsed there for Nebula really quickly. And right now we're actually in a tech pause, I was going to mention, because they were also technically a man down. PKM is having, unfortunately, a few tech issues, so they are going to have to get that resolved. But while we are waiting here, I thoughts here, because we're seeing the Jets. All right, I know we keep talking about agents, but on Breeze, the setups can be a little bit more flexible. You definitely see that with the initiators. But my thought is based around these Jets, because Jet is the predominant agent on Breeze. It's pretty much the only one that's really picked in most play. But we are seeing a surge in the idea that you play with a chamber, and then after that, Jet is a really good opper still, but if you have the op in the hands of Chamber, then you don't really need 2. You can, in theory, take a duelist that is just as good as Jet, if not even better at taking space, i.e. like a Neon or a Raze. So what are your thoughts? Are you happy to see the 2 Jets here on Breeze? Would you have rather seen maybe a more space-oriented duelist like the Raze or the Neon, or do you think that Jet is probably the best pick here?
So what I think the best pick is and what I want to see are definitely 2 different things, of course.
Yeah, fair.
Watching a Neon play, I always love Neon. If there's ever a team that sort of chooses Neon, I will almost always end up rooting for them. just because the way that you are required to play with Neon is such an interesting almost story to tell, if that makes any sense, where you are having to constantly come up with new ways to explode into the point. We're constantly having to be very team oriented, and as I'm talking about that, Bless managing to take out one, and then
Still.
nice.
Bloodbath over
Oh.
in Elbow as gunfire gets shared. Meanwhile, Darblaz is trying to hold, excuse me, Lamins is trying to hold over by wood doors, but will get taken down. And now Andrew, I know I said they were a key player and they have to pull out some
Right.
monstrous plays to possibly win this map, but I was not expecting them to be in a 1v4 situation with a bulldog in hand. Not the best, but it's actually quite surprising that we're here to begin with, because if you remember, it's been a minute, but this was a semi-full buy round for Terra. They were the ones with the rifles. They were the ones with a bulldog in hand, while there was mostly sheriffs.
Right.
Or
It seems as
Nebula.
though, thus far, of course, we're not in too many rounds into this game just yet. We're now on round 4, of course. But it seems as though the rounds that we might expect to swing towards one way or another is going the opposite and sort of betraying our expectations. So the anti-eco round ended up going towards the direction of Terra.
Yeah.
And then, when Nebula had only sheriffs on the board, they managed to pull out that round as well. They're completely betraying expectations of where the round might end up going, and I loved seeing that, because this is kind of indicative of the fact that this might end up being a great, great game of Valorant.
You're absolutely correct. I'm getting some major flashbacks to LB versus Land Dodgers earlier, where we thought it was going to go like 30 rounds because they kept going back and forth. But right now, a lot of damage being traded out. Bless is actually going to spot 3 of them. The Shadow through the wall gets the kill, though it is countered by Lamins. Neon getting one pair, and now bullets being traded 2 for 2 as it's a 2v.
Shadow!
Now the
What?
Shadow is coming alive, gets a third, and 1v1 Lamins technically comes out mid-reload.
Ooh.
Will have to
4K.
just go for the spike. And will get taken out because of it, and Shadow gets a 4K on the round.
Man, that info that you can get from playing Fade is so pivotal on a point like B, right?
Yeah.
Being able to essentially toss up that dart on that sort of upper left high ground there, being able to oversee almost the entirety of the point, except for just behind that sort of like middle column in the middle of B, is amazing. The Prowler towards the end there as well, forcing Lamins to have to break the Prowler, and then swinging upon contact from Shadow, which just executed so well. Shadow
Shadow is really making their presence known here. This is round 4, and they 8-1 so far. Really proving to be a monstrous force here in the lobby, though. It looks like they wanted to go A, but that Viper's Pit makes it very difficult, so maybe a push through halls and through mid might be the better of the 2 routes into it. Knife is pushing up, is only being able to get by because of that smoke over in halls, thanks to the Viper. Playing very aggressively.
here.
Might just run into Bless. It's going to be close. Is expecting someone to be there, but won't find anyone yet. Oh, the rotation is kind of coming out here. 2 are now sitting over in mid.
And Knight should have heard both of them rotate.
Nightfall comes out.
Oh.
Mins gets caught, and there we go. The Viper's Pit is down, and soon the spike will be 2, and Q1 with a massive pick on the PKM. Bless is muted. Andrew is getting
Unfortunate.
over in halls, and Knife It's 2 to finish off the round. What a clinical what a clinical take from Nebula there, and that's 4-1 for them. What
Absolutely.
a strong start to the half, despite a little hiccup there in round 2.
You know, our reigning champions here right now might have their work cut out for them because Nebula is really pulling ahead. A 4-1 scoreline is not amazing if you're on the side of Terra, considering Nebula has been just so dominant. So dominant right now.
Yeah, no, they have their work cut out for them, especially as this is a best of 1. Oh, Knife is going to spot them, but they're
Not
just
sure
going to
where.
run past them. Hyunmin does actually get taken out. Lemins finally falls, despite the very awkwardness of that push for the 3. Andrew is going to have to do something. Was over on A, and is going to have to retreat and try to retake with their team. Hyunmin on the KO is running into Q1 and will lose. Knife is causing chaos as well. Blessed with only Sheriff in hand is in a really bad spot. He only covers those boxes and it only does so much when going up against 3 rifles.
Absolutely. They swung around that corner like a firing squad. They left no hesitation on just immediately peppering that box with Vandal shots. Yeah, no, it is looking quite difficult for Terra right now. Luckily, Andrew's going to be pulling out the Operator, and once again, in some of the previous maps that we've casted today, we've talked about just how dangerous a chamber with an Operator on defense can be. So hopefully, Andrew can manage to get a few frags here, get some purchase on a site, and, you know, fulfill that role that chamber is meant to play that we were talking about. You really need to frag out to make chamber worth it now, and
Ooh. That was a very good hunt.
Very nice.
2 of them, and the wall bag comes out to do some significant damage. I think that was on PKM. And Nebula just fully taken mid here, but interestingly enough, Spike is still back towards spawn. They're just poking, prodding, seeing what space they can take, but they haven't even chosen the site yet. It looks like they're going to try to play for these opening picks and then try to attack the weaker site, but it's going to be difficult to do so. Terra playing much more defensively, I see that, but Bless changes up, pushes past those doors and halls and gets the kill onto Darblaz.
Here.
Viper is down. That's a very tricky situation for them. Losing their smokes and that wall is a massive hit. And as well, Andrew now has Operator in hand. That's a scary, scary proposition for the attackers as they try to take B site, because they know that's where Andrew has been sitting.
30 seconds left.
But who needs Andrew when Bless is just coming alive and getting 3Ks?
Spike down mid.
Make it 4, maybe?
So easily will try to take this duel on the Panda. Andrew with the Operator.
4.
And Bless with a clean 1 tap gets the 4K. B is a stronghold, apparently. It didn't look like in the last few rounds, but man, what a good hold.
No, that is exactly what Terra needed, finally pulling away from the momentum that Nebula has just been forcing onto this game right now. Constantly round after round and kill after kill, just continuing to almost just steamroll onto point. That hold from Terra, a very convincing one at that, mind you, was definitely what they were needing in order to kind of pull themselves back into this game. Now they have complete full buy coming out. They have Operator and 4 Vandals on the board. Yeah, they should be postured pretty well for this defense here, and hopefully they will be able to continue pulling out rounds like the one prior so that we can make this a much closer game. That being said, there are Knives and Seekers on the side of Nebula, so I'm curious to see how they use that, to see if they try and play for maybe an aggressive post plan.
Oh,
this could be huge.
It's going to prevent the spike plant, excuse me, and will almost get the kill on Knife. But will get a kill in response. The Bless and the Mins get to the counteract, and just like that, here Mins back up. It's a 5v2. Spike is planted. Panda with 1. Last man standing finds another one, but PKM secures 2 more, and they finish up 3 players left standing. Though I will say that Hyunmin, I think Scraps is a little bit of an overstatement in terms of health
Absolutely.
left. It could have very well
Absolutely.
been 2 rifles left standing, and that's actually going to pave way for the operator back in Andrew's hands.
Right, absolutely. Now, that was a little bit of an investment from Terra to be able to prevent that plant on A and win out the round. We are coming out with the side of Nebula, with the Seekers, with the Tour de Force, and with the Knives. They could theoretically make a lot... They could get a lot done here. They're pretty close to the Viper and the Fade ultimate as well, so I'm curious if they want to end up playing for those ultimates in particular, but Hyunmin...
What a good dart from Sova, and then what a good follow-up from Hyunmin there to get that opening kill. And that puts Nebula on the back foot almost immediately, which is not the spot you want to be in. It looked like such a good start.
Ooh.
So saying that Hyunmin does go down will take one with them, as Darblaz now does
Good for one
technically
trade.
have full control of Hall. Door's gonna be opened up by Bless. They're gonna push all the way through. They do have Spike, so it looks like they might play for A, and they do get the kill, but it's very costly. Andrew knows exactly where the last one is, has the operator to play around it. Very close to being taken out. I think the wall there
Rotation to B?
just enough to save them, and
Wait.
Blaz,
30
no,
seconds left.
you're running right into them. Could have had B all to themselves, but
Still going for it.
They still think they're over on A.
They still
Darblaz
think...
is on the other side of the
Absolutely.
map. They can get the spike down and they can get into a good position. They don't have much in terms of health, but they do have the Viper's Pit. It will go down. They only have 10 seconds. They need to get this plant, and they will. So they now have to play so carefully. 3v1. They're expecting them somewhere in the Viper's Pit. Not quite, though. Ooh, I don't know if Darblaz noted them there. And Andrew
Was
with
that...
a clean.
Was that a
That
no-scope?
might have been a no-scope. What a good play from them. Very, very solid over on B. Really good shot from Andrew over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Very.
know this
very
is
round.
definitely becoming very reminiscent of the Land Dodgers and LB game. A few rounds here and there in a row, and then starting to kind of scuffle and go back and forth. Yeah, no. I don't think I can confidently say that I think this half is swaying towards one side or the other. Of course, Terra is in a better position economically, but at the same time,
Find you.
that doesn't particularly matter too much.
Oh no! Damn.
PKM only has one knife left. If they can pull out a hero play and manage to just one-tap somebody with that knife and get it back, that could be huge, because they would have the right click available for them, and they could theoretically really quickly clear a corner with those knives. But only having one in the bank is not great.
It's not amazing, especially as they also use the up-trap. Bless, though. Oh, no. Oh, does not get the kill.
Andrew?
Andrew with the
Andrew?
operator on the other side of the map gets 2.
Is that dude mid-doors?
Yes,
Why
it is. And Bless is in such a good spot.
Oh,
So I don't
man.
think they would have noticed him there because they would have had to been dealing with Andrew. So right now, they're in such a good spot. Panda
Ooh.
is trapped. Meanwhile, I say that as Panda goes down. Meanwhile, Darblaz is over on
Oh
A.
no! Oh,
And
not after the
Andrew.
B-hop, Andrew.
That's disgusting. I said to watch out for them, but I wasn't expecting this level of dominance from them over the last 3 rounds. They really, I think that's 2 or 3 Ks in a row for them. They were at 3.
Oh,
3
yeah,
rounds
absolutely.
ago.
That's also 4 rounds in a row. Both Terra and Nebula have mirrored each other in the way that they have taken rounds. Initially, Nebula took the first round, Terra took the second, then Nebula took the next 4, and now Terra have taken the past 4 rounds. They have mirrored each other and the way that they are playing this half, essentially. And I'm curious to see if they can manage to pull that out to a 7-5 half, because Terra have been dominant right now. Especially with those amazing op shots from Andrew.
Who needs
I gotta say that.
to care about being haunted? You can just get a kill anyway, though. It is 3-3 as
They know.
Bless and Panda have brought it level.
Ooh.
Here we go. They're just trading 1-for-1.
This is
Bless
so scrappy.
finds another 1v2 and Shadow finds another. This is anyone's round. Lemins versus Shadow. Shadow was massive in the early rounds,
Ooh.
but could not finish out this one as
Last
Terra
round in the half.
take it to round 5 for a streak there and possibly put them in the position to go 7-5 here in the first half.
Wow. That was such a scrappy fight. It was constantly back and forth, and it seemed as though everybody was postured over towards B and was constantly trading out frags here and there, shooting util over to try and prevent any sort of slow creeping to get around corners and whatnot. And it was just such a dominant performance. And then, of course, opening up again with another operator shot is PKM. Terra has been so scary with the operator in hand, constantly opening up picks for them to take that round in an advantageous position with the operators. They have 3 operators, including the tour de force, on board right now.
And
4?
I'm not
Wait.
surprised.
4 operators, PKM, Hyunmin, Andrew, and Bless, all have an operator in hand right now.
Just don't peek. It's as simple as that. Just don't peek, because you're just gonna run into an
peek.
operator at this point. It's the last round. They're gonna try to do something, but
Now that's insane.
there's one upholding cave. There's one upholding wood doors. This is insane. There's one upholding down halls. Young Man does technically have a Vandal on hand. The Nightfall is gonna come out, but the operator is going to find one. Bless going to find a second. And the Hunt of Fury comes out only for show. As Young Man picks the operator back up.
Sides.
And with one of the 4 they had on hand, secures the 7th round as we finish at half 7-5.
Wow. A 7-5 half is definitely pretty decent coming into Terra. Now they're coming onto the attacking side, so I'm interested to see how they play this. I would imagine they want to take this pretty quickly, considering the fact that they have both the KO and the Jet as well. But it's completely possible that they end up just playing a little bit more of a passive game and hoping that with the sort of mixture of the Sky and the Fade on the side of Nebula, that maybe Nebula is going to take the aggressive defense. It looks like they might end up doing here. Might trying to push out through double doors onto mid and sort of grab that control early on.
A lot of presence over in mid. Very aggressive over in mid, though Darblast is going to get the opening kill for the half on PKM. And it's an all-out brawl in mid. Trade for trade right now. Spike is actually gonna go down over on B. The defenders are gonna rush over. It's looking almost like a reverse setup, as now the defenders are gonna have to come through mid and come through elbow.
Bring them down.
I know Shadow is mid right now, but are they aware that Andrew's on the flank? It looks like it.
Yes. With a disgusting shot on a knife, the Shadow get the trade out with Andrew. Gunfire being traded. Q1 is trying to remove Bless, but it's a very difficult position to be in. Lemins finds Shadow. Q1's gonna have to pull a miracle out here. Will find one.
No time, but
he's gonna get the final kill. And then take the round lost, but it's costly for both teams there.
Absolutely. Luckily from the side of Nebula, they'll get a little bit of that frag money. Q1, however. But Terra wins that out in the end. Coming out with Guardians on the board here. Next best thing, considering they can't exactly buy operators just yet.
Yeah,
Interesting. Interesting.
It's definitely a different take.
I'm excited to see because they have KO and Chamber are the ones with the Guardians at the board. And of course, you're gonna have the Jet with a Spectre. They want to go a lot faster, but you would expect that KO might want to end up going faster as well. So the Guardian in hand, instead of maybe the Sova or the Viper is definitely interesting.
Knife
Almost
is
caught
looking
Knives
very
out.
aggressive with this Marshall. Spike is gonna go down, planted by Laments.
Could be a
And now, trades coming out. 3-for-1 as Blessed and Mid and PKM find one each. Knife tries to do something, but it's not enough as they all get mowed down one by the attackers.
That's to be fair, expected for that round.
Yeah. Two Guardians gonna go that way.
Luckily, Nebula had managed to do just barely enough damage from the pick from Knives that it wasn't a flawless on the side of Terra. But at the same time, they still had four bodies on the site and 4 bodies still alive. So they're going to be coming into this round and the next with some decent weaponry. 2 Guardians on the board is nothing to scoff at because they hit a headshot with that, it's over.
A lot of presence over in halls. They're trying to take it very aggressively. Q1 is expecting it though and will spray through. Won't find anything, unfortunately. But now the push is in. Hyunmin finds one on Knife. And Shadow and PKM are in a small pool. PKM comes out on top 1-for-1. Plant comes out and Shadow. The gun advantage is really showing its presence here. Blessed is gonna try to find a kill. Will find it on Panda despite only a Spectre in hand, but Shadow swinging through. Both are in cave. They know the last 2 are 2. The 2. We're gonna see the snake bite come out. The Nightfall as well. Oh no, Shadow's on their own. This could be a tragedy here for Nebula. They need to get this kill and Shadows gonna try to get into an off angle and tuck their head, but they can only do so much as once they know they're sticking it, they just swing out and get the final kill, and that goes into the way of Nebula. For Terra, and that's 3 on the board. I know we said it before, but I'm getting some serious flashbacks to Land Dodgers versus LB. Excuse me.
No, you're good. You're good. Absolutely. There's been a lot going on here right now.
Yeah, a lot.
No, this is very, very reminiscent of it. But what I would like to point out real quick is, of course, Terra is doing amazingly well. Shadow and Darblez and whatnot have been, putting themselves on the board, doing their absolute best to kind of frag out and get a few picks here and there. Nebula's definitely put in the work in to kind of struggle for this half. Terra's won the last 8 rounds in a row.
Ooh, PKM is a monster right now, picking up 3 in mid, and that's going to put Nebula in a really tricky spot. Knife only has a Marshall in hand. The only one with a gun besides a classic is going to be running into PKM with that handle.
Player standing.
But will get taken out by Lamins instead. Q1 has the head.
Oh no!
Trying to do something, but only has 31 health after a small trade. 1 bullet left. Is going to have to make it count. Will get spotted by the Knife as well as they're stuck now with this classic, and that's a full control of sight by Terra, and just picked right off
sliver
the board,
of health.
Oh, and we're at 11-5, and it looked very close, and it looked really good for Nebula at the very beginning. They got 5 out of the first 6 rounds, despite the small hiccup.
Absolutely.
But ever since that 6th round, it's been dominant from Terra.
Unbelievably dominant. Whether it be economy, they are just... Every round that they've taken so far has been confident as well, right? Haven't necessarily been flawless, but they've had 3 or 4 people up almost every time, bar a few here and there. That's good. That is definitely good for Knives. Oh, Hyunmin.
Oh, I want to say that Knives with the operator had a really good start, but then Yamin gets 2, and suddenly we're at 3v3. Knives with the Blade Storm is going to push through and trying to kill Lamin's Viper's hit goes down. Will get spun out by O'Manion.
Knives.
That was disgusting.
That
What
was
a good
disgusting.
quick scope coming out from the Jet, and that's exactly what they needed to get back into this game. What a round for them.
What a round.
What a performance there from Knives, really putting the team on their back.
Absolutely. And not only is this a little reminiscent of Land Dodgers versus LB, this is also a little reminiscent of Rolled versus Land Dodgers as well. Coming up with that sort of 11-6 scoreline, if Nebula begins to kind of play exactly the way that they just did prior. Knives continuously is fragging out with that operator, and Shadow comes in, tosses that util, they get the information, and they manage to get a few picks here and there. They should be able to continuously take away these rounds here, and hopefully we'll get a much longer game of Valorant on our hands.
Yeah,
That being
no, I
said,
think-
though, the Hunter's Fury and the Knives are coming out the side of Terra. The Tour de Force and the Viper's Pit for Nebula, though, so they could play for a pretty decent post-plant here. Just constantly
How did
spamming
Panda
through that
survive
smoke.
that? Ooh, Hunter's Fury is online. Panda is somehow still alive. How are they still breathing? Not only jumping across the
goodness.
5 attackers, but I think Brunted one of the 3 of the shots of the Hunter's Fury. But they do finally go down 3-3. Knives does have the operator still. Might be able to pull some magic out of the hat yet again. Especially seeing as the Viper is on such little health, though that Viper wall makes it difficult for this retake to happen. He will updraft, but Andrew will spot out her fellow chamber and remove them 3-2. Now it's all about an information game. Will they know where they're at? Shadow is going to prowler through the long sea to find
unfortunate.
anyone, but Andrew is sitting over in window. Andrew switches from the operator over to the headhunter. Gets 2 kills and secures the round to go to map point.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, Terra is playing this so well, and they have been since the beginning. Of course, they had a hiccup in the round prior, but still, they're playing so well. 18, 18, and 17 of the top 3 kills and top 3 fraggers right now, not just for Terra, but in the lobby in general. Andrew, Bless, and Hyunmin have been playing so unbelievably well. And of course, does not mean that PKM and the Mins have not been playing well as well. PKM with the sort of initial frags with the operator and trying their absolute best to curb the sort of almost tenacity of Nebula, trying their absolute best to get a chokehold on the site. And Lemins being able to toss out that util, cutting the site in half, those snake bites, preventing any aggression from Nebula as well. They've been playing so well as a team. And it's just everybody on Terra is just doing so well and executing their jobs.
It's been so
Amazingly.
clinical, and clinical is the name of the game as they just take sight,
Already.
surgically removing the players holding it. And Andrew, I said they needed to come up monstrous in this game to win it out at the very beginning.
Absolutely.
And they might not have been top frag. But
Ooh.
man, Andrew and Terra come alive in the second half. This
Absolutely.
game to secure their spots in the semis. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. That was amazing. You know, we were talking about Terra before, and I know I said I'm always down for, you know, the underdog story, but Terra kind of ripped away those dreams from me and just kind of showed why they're the reigning champions.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we go, we have plenty of more Skybell series action here at IGL. So don't go anywhere. I believe this is the last game for Raid and I. So Raid, do you have any last words for the audience before we go?
Other than this has been a very entertaining few games here with some amazing plays, and everybody involved should be proud about the experience and just the skill that they managed to show everybody watching and their opponents and their team. I think that's about it.
Awesome. Well said. I agree. It was an amazing few games for us here at Skybell Series. There's plenty of more action, so don't go anywhere. Up next, we got the semis. It's only going to get better, folks.
Absolutely.
We'll be
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage.
You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you You are my ecstasy. When you are next feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Hey, you got me. Got me sorry rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined right now with Swifty over here, and we are going to be joined by the teams Walmart Optic and BNR GG. The map choice is going to be Ascent, and we are rocking an Illinois server. You know, this is going to be the semifinals moving in, and there is a $75 to anybody who loses out of here, but total prize pool $275 on the line. Now, Swifty, what do you think of these teams so far?
Honestly, I'm gonna hopefully we see it is the semifinals, so hopefully you see some strong contending, strong gameplay, great rotates and wonderful pushes. Ascent being, a pretty balanced map for the most part. You can hope to see great retakes as well.
Yeah, and one thing I know for a certain, because I was watching the pre-qualifier rounds, and what we saw coming out from Walmart Optic, they kind of had a rough fight to stay in it to get into this point. And BNR GG, I did not get to watch their game, but I'm hoping to see what they bring to the table here. And moving on to Ascent. Now, this is going to be a map where you're going to definitely want to see characters with lineups like Fade, like Sova, and we're hoping to find out what kind of gameplay and coordination that you're going to need. Double Initiator is always powerful, but you definitely need smokes to get on here.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Smokes are super necessary because when you can't push a site, you have to get that middle control. And the only way to get middle control, flashes are nice for a second, but you have to just completely shut down a lane. So smokes are going to be top tier here for sure. And then it just depends on whether you want the Omen smokes or the reoccurring smoke or the Brim smoke.
Yeah. And I completely agree. Omen, very good on this map because you're able to rotate quickly, just because that mid through market does tend to cut down a lot of time on the rotation unless you're going all the way through CT or all the way through T, which is still very long. So Omen's ultimate into Boathouse, very powerful. But Brimstone getting his team out of those choke points using Stim, incredible to get out there, and his eco potential as well. And the meta recently has switched into, it used to be double duelist, but now it's a double initiator all the way. So what we want to see is we already have a locked in on the attacking side, BNR going with Chamber as their sentinel and a duelist on Raze.
And then you see on the defenders, they've got the Neon coming out. Hopefully it'll be for, trying to clear through an entry and then quick rotate behind.
One part that I do love about the Neon pick is she's really fast, and she also has that wall that no longer does damage to teammates and allows their team to push in. So it kind of acts as a pseudo smoke to get onto point. And that's pretty powerful compared to Raze, who's more so getting in and getting that first pick instead of pushing with the whole team. But now we're in the game, and it's going to be a buy round. So I'm excited to see what's going to go on here.
So we're going to see most of them rotating towards A site here on attack. Looks like they've got a pretty good balance for sites on defense. You got the floating Neon, so this might be super good for the team. And I see them rotating back towards B for a good split into mid as well.
Yeah, and one thing, on Ascent, you definitely want to have your smoke player inside of mid, and the reason for that is because then he's able to toss the smokes at both sites. But if you have only one guy onto A site, you're not going to be able to get that kind of coverage that you want. But here we go, we're opening out, and we do have the knives getting thrown, tile and A push here.
Oh yeah, and then you can see that they're already getting control of mid, nading out here for Tree. Chamber v Chamber. Oh, and he gets the pick.
And that's already 2 picks down for the attackers. Juan Wick trying to get the pick off, but Logan does shut him down. Great round so far for the attackers. Almost a flawless. They haven't taken too much damage to die here. And Rescue now in a fight with Soul in that smoke. He doesn't want to get picked off quite yet. It's only 2 of the defenders left, but Rescue through the smoke takes out the Chamber, leaving Daunting there. And he gets another one. Wow, this actually could be a winnable round if they push in.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Everybody here on the attacking team is very weak, right? They got the pick, though. Sova's going to be weak here and Suppress. It's going to be a tough call for him.
He does have that Ghost, which only needs a one-hit headshot as a weapon compared to the Classic, which kind of takes a few taps. But we are seeing the swing out into 3 players, and the attackers do shut him down. Great round start from BNRGG.
For sure, for sure. Great initiation there. They got great control here through mid to push on to A site. And you can see that the Brim was playing more for A main right there. While we were talking about Smokes being more midway to be able to throw towards both sides. But with Brim, I think it's a little bit harder because he has to be so much closer with his use of util.
Yeah, and since he's on attack, luckily, you know, they're being coordinated. That's the way you use Brim, because it's very reserved. You only have 3 of those smokes to pop, and you have to go once they're down. But here we go. Logan wants to drop his smokes, and he drops them for a mid to market push. Sim's going down, and he wants to push forward. He doesn't know that there's a chamber behind his smoke there, and all of the defenders are now sitting inside a cubby here. Are we going to try to see what Daunting is able to hold it down? Because they are on a thrifty. Nice shots from Keki. And now Knight takes it down.
Yeah, you're going to see both on the defending team, they're going to have 2 very, very weak players. So it's almost going to be super... Oh, huge pick by the Sova at the 5 HP that he's at. But he's taken out.
HP, you know, he's going to get dropped now.
No, for sure.
It's a 3v3, and they're just going for it. They're swinging out here, and they're just dead. It's a blender. That's not going to go well. But good round, you know, they're on a thrifty. They're not wanting to put in a lot of that economy in, but Daunting, you know, sticking to his name, he whips out an Odin in their first buy round on Sova. You know, Ascent is the map where you see that Sova cheese. The walls are paper thin, so we might see a multi-kill coming on if these attackers want to try to push into B. But hopefully they're able to try to work around that Odin, because, you know, it always sucks to see an Odin do well, because everybody knows the feeling of getting cheesed by that gun.
Oh,
but
yes.
Let's see what's going to happen.
And you can see it coming out right here, and then he uses his arrow just to see if anybody's going to re-peek. It's always super hard to push B when you have the Sova who's going to be sheriffing or Odining through the wall. Getting good mid control here, trying to see if they can get some util, some info.
It seems like so far, Walmart Optic has not been able to answer BNR's ability to take mid control.
Yeah, they seem to just drop one trip here. And it's just not enough to hold them, you know, since the chamber nerf. He's just kind of very difficult to be able to comfortably use to hold each different lane.
And team composition wise, they don't really have a lot of Sentinel to hold this sights down, and they're relying on this Odin to try to get hit. He's inside a boathouse now. Daunting spots one and takes out one. Does he take out 2? He does not, because Soul's able to swing around and get that clean headshot. The bomb is going to be planted inside the back right now. It's just up to Soul to keep this up on Juan Wick, pushing out, takes out Logan, but he gets spotted, and Spy wants to get this pick off.
See, they're pushing up here. The flashes are coming out. He's not able to get the wall bang.
Trying their best. But now the attackers have that Odin, which is very deadly on defending the site here. And Soul gets another one, but the Odin's just not good enough at that long range. And it's all up to this Fade who dies. Juan Wick gets a triple kill to get himself in this site and win it. Great round. Honestly, if Rescue hadn't taken out that Odin, it would have gone very differently.
Oh, 100%. The retake there was fantastic. The attackers just didn't have much room to be able to push out and get more control of the site with different angles and stuff, so they just got pinned down super, super hard.
That was a very back and forth round, and when you see a back and forth round like that, you gotta say, what was the weakest point or what was the best point? And the best point of that retake was Juan Wick hitting those shots, being able to push in, getting the pick on the Brimstone, and making sure they no longer have any coverage at all. That was huge. And the fact that he got away with that pick without getting taken down by the Fade when he was blind, that kind of, you know, leads into the win for their team.
100%. You know, these teams work well together. You know, sure, the comms are fantastic going back and forth for them to be able to retake like that.
Now we are seeing the attacking chamber popping his ultimate here, and we also see Daunting going no armor Odin yet again. He's really relying on that Odin to try to be that crutch that he can sit upon if he can actually get a pick with it. He's only gotten one so far with that gun. So what we need to see here is if these attackers are going to be able to get in and retake the site. They do have that chamber op that they can utilize.
Oh, 100%. And that chamber op definitely does punish, you know, quick shots with the slow as well built in. It's so very difficult to peek him and push that.
Nice dagger. That's a lot of intel. They are pushing into tree, but there's a pick for Logan on a long. But we also see the chamber on the flank at B. Kind of taking site alone, making his team rotate, and Daunting now goes down. That's what happens when you don't pick up armor, but what a shot from Kiki, taking out Knight. And Soul, another one. Chamber operator, able to get in there. That's what the Tour de Force stands for.
For sure, for sure. He's gonna have that long angle too for a third pick. And he has the Odin as well to back up too.
Wow. You know, Justin tries to get in there to get that clean headshot. He almost got Soul with the spray control, but Soul, after losing that tour de force, able to pick up an Odin. He's very happy with his economy right now. He spent no money on a gun, and he went out with the most expensive rifle slash LMG.
Yeah, you're going to have to see that the half buy and save coming out from Walmart Optic here as well, while the attacking team's just going to continue to get more economy and being able to hopefully continue to take and keep pushing through like they've wanted.
Seen a knife come out. Early knife does get 2 people hit with it. That's a lot of intel that they want. This could be the first A push for real, and we know how this team likes to push out. Flashbang's coming out, and the Omen's not able to teleport, leaving Soul here to go. Now, it's all to rescue, to try to rescue this round, and he's taken down by Kessler Zera. Nice nade, teleports back. These attackers, they already have full control over sight.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, here on the save round, the best thing you can play and hope for is getting picks to be able to pull weapons out of the hands of the attackers, and they're just going down.
It was a good attempt from Soul to try to be on the aggressive. He did take at least 1 down, and now it's going to be a 2v4. You know, the attackers only losing the chamber so far. Daunting does have a sheriff, and he wants to get some recon. Nice pop flash, but Kiki's able to dodge it, gets a clean pick, and there comes that wall. It's great for pushing in with the teammate, but he's going to push right into a gun. He is. The Phantom shutting him down, leaving Daunting all alone, and is not able to get the kill. Knight double kill down, and attackers winning yet another round.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, these defenders are talking to one another, figuring out what they can do if they need to shift different people to other sites to get more comfortable, to really get in the groove here. You know, they're having to buy up half shields as well from 2 of them. We see the Odin back out by the Sova. So hopefully he can get a pick, get comfortable for his team, kind of push them another way.
And
Not
one
entirely
thing,
sure.
I'm so confused by this. Why is Daunting buying a 3rd Odin? It hasn't worked in 5 rounds, but here he goes. Is he gonna try to get this pick? He's holding it tight on the wall, and he doesn't want to die yet. And he dies. And there goes another Odin on the ground. Attackers in advantage yet again, and they're pushing through mid. And Knight, another clean headshot with that Phantom. Justin tries to hold it down, gets 1, gets 2 with the spray pattern. Here is what he needs to do. He's got to hold this down, and these attackers, 3 versus 3.
And you'd think that they'd be playing, obviously, with Justin being here, trying to hold down mid a lot better. You know, because they keep seeing the control from the attacking team coming through mid, and they're really trying to shut it down this time. 1v1 here.
Get some info. Nice pop flash. He spots Logan. He's going to use as much utility to try to slow him down and keep that bomb. He's on the defense. He does not have to push unless he really needs to.
He's going to have another pop flash out here. And full flash, and gets the pick. Wonderful, wonderful play from Rescue right here.
You know, and that's why they call him Rescue. He's able to bring the round back. You know, that clutch, able to utilize good timing with the flashbang, shutting down Logan's a bit of attempt at pushing forward with that, you know, nade going out. Great play from Rescue. And we have to see good plays coming from the defenders, especially when we're seeing a lack of coordination in weapon buys and the ability to do those. But now, the attackers have an Odin. We do have Logan with the Odin on his side. The Odin seems to be kind of a niche gun that these teams want to use to get in very quickly.
Especially trying to counter that Sova dart and the Sova spray, but it looks like Sova's not going to be over there this time. So he's not going to be able to get the trade on him or hear him spraying like he wanted.
Nice shot from Justin. Takes out Knight, who has been quite consistent with the frags he's picking up here. So, are we going to be able to see another pick coming out from Justin? There are 2 more middle, and Neon versus Fade is about to be a fight happening in Tree and Cat. These attackers love their market push.
Oh, 100%. And you can see, like, with the Neon only having just a classic, now popping her ult, trying to stun, and coming out with 2 huge picks right here. For a wonderful round.
So Neon gets underutilized in a lot of ranks because people don't know how to hit those stuns. But the second you hit somebody with that stun, you have the opening to get that melt going, you know? It's a Sky Dog. It does a lot of concussive damage. So what you need to see is exactly what we just saw from Kiki, able to get in there, get that double kill down.
Oh, 100%. Plus her ult is just so powerful, right? Especially when you have two people stunned like they were. It's so hard to come back from that unless you get that lucky pop shot while you're disoriented. Looks like we're going to have a B push here. And Sova's going to be playing further back, not the same angle he's been playing.
And that is the one round where he wishes he had that Odin holding close, you know? But unfortunately, these attackers have a free sight, and defenders now on the retake. They do have 5 left, but the ult's going to come out to slow down how long it takes to get that bomb.
Be a huge pick here on Spy, or a huge hit on Spy with that ult right there. So Fade is going to be super weak. We're going to see if the Fade ult pops out here as they continue to push on, or if she's going to keep saving it.
Justin checking his corners, needing to swing out here, but all the defenders are on site. Knight gets picked off for being a little bit greedy on the view. What? There's Logan not able to clutch it up, and Juan Wick yet again. His retaking power on the B site has been proven to be a formidable foe against these attackers.
100%. He seems to be a huge deciding factor when they're going for a retake for sure. Their B retake is super powerful. You'd have hoped to see from the attacking side to get a little bit more space because they keep just jamming themselves up in that back site and just getting absolutely steamrolled as they just flood down sidewalk onto the attacking team.
And in these previous rounds, we're actually not seeing a lot of bomb defusing, because when the defenders win, it's going to be because they get Spike in a bad spot and they get the win. But the second that that bomb goes down, they rely on Juan Wick to get the, you know, the retake, and that's what makes him the top frag.
It looks like we're going to have another push through mid and peeking here at A holding from the Brimstone. More mid control, just get it very, very free, very easy for them. Dogging through here into tree to clear that out. Wonder if the Soul's going to be able to get a pick, or if Juan Wick is going to be able to get the tags.
There are 4, and that's a big blind, but the ult is going to come out. It's not hitting Juan, but it hits 2 of his teammates, which means that they try to push this back, and they're going to actually rotate after that. And they're going through mid yet again. These attackers love their mid pushes.
And as a defensive team, knowing from just previous rounds, you're going to have to get good control of mid to stop them from pushing on, unless you have Juan Wick alive for the retakes like you usually do.
And the last round we saw them win was, you know, Justin performing very well inside of mid because he had his tour de force. So if they rely on only having a tour de force, that's once every 3 to 4 rounds, they're going to be able to hold mid down. But now they are attackers rotating again, letting Soul try to get some picks off. And now ults are coming out. They wanted a very aggressive push. Soul taking out one. Knight gets that showstopper onto Kiki. This is now A site is theirs, but Rescue on the flank inside of Wine. He's played this very patiently so far.
Attackers are going to have more map control, or more site control. My apologies. They got plant down, and Rescue's just going to be waiting for his teammates to push in so he can get the pop flash out. But gets picked off. Got another Odin back in heaven.
There's Dalton with his Odin staring at a flashbang and getting dropped by Kessler. Justin, very low, all alone, dies tonight. Great round from the attackers. They definitely played around the time that they had. Some people get a little bit antsy around the 45-second mark, but they got the bomb planted at 15 seconds remaining, and they know that if they just play slow, these defenders are going to kind of crumble under the pressure of not knowing something.
I would say it's a super, super huge play right there by Rescue, though. Being patient, waiting for his team. As you see a lot of the times in, you know, just the casual gameplay in pubs, that people tend to get very impatient once they start hearing bomb go down. So you can tell they're a higher caliber of player for sure. Smart, waiting for his team, trying to be able to move it back in his control.
And wow, Soul actually takes out a lot of armor on the hands of Daunting, but Daunting finally able to do a little bit of damage, but Soul's just gonna teleport out of there. And here we go. We're gonna see attackers now on their mid rotate yet again, because mid's their weak spot. Soul is low though, and he needs to try to get a pick without getting picked himself.
Yeah, you would think, and you see we've got Justin here in mid playing that tight right angle like he did before, getting the pick on Soul as well. Seems like when he plays in market, it's very, very strong for them because these attackers don't expect him to be in there. Plus, his TP out is just so powerful for him to rotate the move. They are going to get A site control. Bomb down.
They should be able to, you know, hold this site as long as they play very defensively, which they have. You know, without them being on B, the A retake has not worked for these defenders quite yet. And there we go. Knight able to take out one. Justin shot through the floorboards, takes a lot of damage. And Kessler trying to not die. Great pop flash. And that's a Molly.
Molly coming out there is huge.
That is very big. Not a lot of time. They now are forced to rely on Juan to try to get these entry picks, and they're going for the save. There's not a lot of time left. They just need to get exit frags. And Juan gets one. Juan gets one and gets two. That's the way we like to see it. Logan not able to escape the wrath of the bomb, but, you know, attackers still win it.
Very, very huge when you can at least get some exit frags, hoping that it takes their economy away, but these attackers are just still going to be able to work without it. They've got plenty of money.
Yeah, and we are seeing, yet again, defenders, because Daunting did save the Odin, he is going to still use that, bought himself new armor. We're seeing a lot of anchoring happening. And, you know, anchors are the only way to stop a moving boat. So are these defenders going to be able to get that right timing to win? But now these attackers are actually going for a more defaulty strategy, looking for those early picks.
Yeah, switching it up because as they get more comfortable, just continuing to push through mid, right? You would think that the defenders will start to be able to counter that way better. And Soul is able to get the pick on Justin as he tried to rotate back out of mid.
And that's just the power of the tour de force and Soul's ability to lurk around and getting his team those little picks that you do while you default. But Twine not able to connect the shots, allowing Soul to recalibrate and click on his head, making this a 3v5. Attackers in a huge lead, but they don't have bomb right now, so they can't really take a site. They're still going to try to default and get even more picks to win.
Getting map control and getting intel here is very, very key. They know that their Tour de France is very weak, 30 HP. Hopefully he can get another pick at least for them, which is going to be super, super big. And they're just going to continue to play this map for more and more intel while Daunting's trying to camp here and see if he can get some picks.
30 seconds left.
Now, Knight needs to try to slide out here. He does close the door, and we see Soul holding mid down. Knight gets a little bit concussed, but Kiki's not going to push with that concuss. Maybe just a little warning concussive. So, are we going to see Knight be aggressive? We are, and every time Knight's died, it's from being aggressive while trying to hold B. Now, it's all up to Kiki, who's stuck in a bad spot. Luckily, there is smoke to cover him.
What you're seeing here is the attackers are being much more spaced out than they've been when they've taken B site after prior to plant, you know? So it's good to see that they're trying to learn from what their issues are and when they get retaken on this B site.
And they're playing this very smart, especially with that triple kill down from Soul. What we're seeing from Team BNR is that for the past few rounds, they can win a round while having major casualties because of the retake and the damage they take after the fact. So what we saw from that round is they defaulted, taking out the big names in the game, taking out that Omen Juan Wick, taking out Justin. Being able to get those picks early makes it a lot harder for the defending team to do the retake in the first place, which allows their team to save economy up.
Oh, definitely, definitely. It looks like we're going to have more of an A push here with a little bit of a mid going on, so we can, which has been very different from how they've taken A before. Usually they come from tiles, but they're gonna pop that ult from the KO. One Wick gets a pick here, entry backs up.
Nice double kill down, but it's not enough in rescue. Again, saving the round, getting him both the KO and Logan. So, you know, great round from the defenders, able to get those picks, but that's the last round of that half. So now we might see a big shift in how these teams play out the rounds. One thing that we do know is that both teams lacked a sentinel, a good sentinel, because Chambered nerf, he's just a lurking duelist at this point.
Yeah, The chamber nerf definitely does make him less of a sentinel, especially with the delayed amount of time it takes for his trip to be able to shoot. Is very easily counterable. Yes, it gives you a little bit of intel, but when it comes to a sentinel, it's not what you want. Looks like we're gonna have some ghosts coming out, a light shield here, and some frenzies, which is always very, very punishing if you can use a frenzy right.
Yeah, and Frenzy plus Brimstem, that is the power of it, and that's probably why it's going to be brought out here. We do have Agent Suppressed, and he teleports away, but they know that KO is inside of Tree. These defenders are trying their best to hold it down, but these attackers all the way inside of Pizza. Nice flashbang coming out. That's a pick for Daunting, and Spy's taking a lot of damage. This is now a bad round to be if you're a defender, unless you can get at least one pick. Coming in here. Rescue, 11 HP, but he's just going to hold it down. He's got the spike. He needs to push forward. He spots one.
And then you see that frenzy come out, punishing left and right. We got Knight here. Still trying to gain some more intel.
Last player standing.
Gets two, but can't get
Last
another.
player standing.
It's all up to Logan. This frenzy's in play, and he still has his Molotov, which if he pops out here right on default, could be very large. But Justin's going to be there. If you're underneath 55 HP, that head hunter is going to take you down no matter where it hits.
Yeah, the fake play is very, very huge. You'd expect that, right? And try and not peek it and wait a little bit of a second. Because even if he was able to hear the plant go down, he knows that he would then have to move more than likely and rotate. And he has that molly still to cover some sites he wouldn't have seen. Looks like we're going to have the attackers who are going to be forcing up here, right? And defend.
Full force. They did win last round, so they want full economy. We're actually seeing a lot of light buys coming out, which could prevent the defenders from buying full guns on round 3. This is a risky play.
Big nade that comes out right here to push the attacking team back. They're going to be all full swinging back through mid. Playing together here is going to be huge because they do have weapons, right? They did force up. They don't want to give the defending team any weapons and just all spray together. Very, very smart.
Together on second round. If you don't stick together, you're going to probably get picked off. And we're seeing that from Daunting. He's walking right into two players who are pretty consistent with their aim. But he gets one. Can he get another one here? And he actually gets two. Daunting, proving that he can be alone, unlike him on defense here.
Standing ahead.
Big arrow for him right there. Oh, but he can't get the pick on Logan, but he is able to do a distinct amount of damage right here.
He's been hitting a lot of people for a little bit of damage. Now, these defenders are relying on Knight to go in first. He's the one with the most amount of HP, and he needs to try to get some info before he gets dropped like a sack of rocks. But he spots Kiki. A little bit of damage, but Juan Wick is there to shut it down. Logan.
Yeah, both attackers are very, very weak. One goes down. The other one's trying for exit frags. Not able to get a single one as Kiki just runs it down from the neon, just full sprinting.
And that's great. What I just noticed is that Kiki didn't even use his wall to get them onto site. That was just, hey, this site is clear. And what we're seeing is a lot of people tend to utilize utility assuming that there are people on site and not when there are people on site. And when you do that, you waste util. And wasted util in a competitive setting is the worst thing that you could possibly do because you're going to be caught out and you're going to lose it. And if you don't have a wall for escape or, you know, a smoke from Logan, you're just going to die.
Oh, definitely. We're hopefully to see some strong plays right here. The defenders do have full guns. A little bit of half shields, but for the most part, they have the advantage when it comes to weapons from these attackers who are still on that bonus round. Gonna get some mid control here. They are smoked off. Walking up,
right here.
Cat towards tree.
I mean, Daunting is here, and with that Spectre, he's been able to perform, but Kessler wants to shut it down with this util. He does have that fragment, does get stunned though, and the attackers are just gonna hold W, get right into him. Luckily, he's able to pick off one before dropping to Daunting, but there is Juan Wick taking out Soul. This is their buy round, but that's an Odin in hand, but what is he aiming at while Justin Wide Swings takes him down, making this a 2v2, and the defender, Logan, alone on site with only a Vandal.
We're gonna see smoke coming out. They're clearing. He's just gonna keep getting picks, and he wins the round for him, anchored there on a site. Perfect play.
And we love to see that. We'd love
A little
to.
bit of a weird buy here. We're going to have another Odin coming out by the Fade, who's going to be in place here of the Sova for this defending team now.
And, you know, it is a very solid strategy. You know, you do a lot of damage without risking your body too much, because if they don't have an Odin or a Guardian or an Operator or Marshal, they're not going to wallbang you back the same rate that you get to hit them. So it's kind of free damage. And we're already seeing those shots coming out, hitting the Omen for almost all of his armor. Now, Knight is hugging close. Make sure that the Omen can't push out. Juan Wick wants to get this pick here. And Knight now knows where he is. Got a boom bot coming out. Spot him. And nice pick, but Spy is there. Soul, clean headshots, and he spots the KO in top mid. Information gathered. And now, are we going to see him utilize it? We're not, because that swing from Daunting, backing up his teammate. 3v3. Spike is down outside in B lobby, so the attackers have to shift over and maybe try to fight this Odin yet again.
Yeah, and it definitely makes it very, very difficult to push through, because you just funnel into those Odin shots if they're spraying through that wall. Looks like they're going to be able to get a little bit more sight control. They are going to get stunned, and then the Odin comes out and does get one pick on Neon, but isn't able to get another.
And taking out the Neon was a big play, because, you know, Kiki has been holding these sites relatively well. But that ultimate from Logan shuts him down. These players are popping so many ults to try to keep themselves in this game. Logan taking a lot of damage, now has to swing with no armor, 70 HP remaining. Shock Dart coming in. Beautifully played by Daunting. And they win the round, tying it up 8-8.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Great use of ults there to put in damage, right, on the defending team so that they couldn't really get comfortable to retake it. You saw the ults coming out from the Brimstone as well, right? Trying to push them off of plant, trying to push them off of more sites so they can get more control. It just really wasn't enough.
Now, the buys that we are seeing from the defense is Fade had a lot of money from getting those picks with the Odin. And because she had a lot of money, she can afford to go with the Judge. But she's the only one with a full gun, and she's not even on the right side of the map to try to utilize it. So these attackers pushing out.
And this attacking team's just going to utilize the fact that they have a weaker buy, right, to be able to push an attack onto A site using that Neon wall.
Daunting, pushing up. Soul is able to take out one. He's only got 4 bullets, but Justin from the right takes him down. Spy brings the Judge. It just hands it to Daunting. But here we have Knight with that Frenzy on the flank.
Hopefully he can get at least 1-2 picks. I've seen many Frenzies do some damage here, but this whole team just knows that he's coming from A main. Nate comes out, hopefully does some damage. He's able to get 1 pick.
Does get 1. But re-peeking it, not going to get a lot. That's a range disadvantage of, you know, half a mile. You know, you're not going to hit a broadside of a barn with that. It was surprising that he killed the Sova without getting picked off quite as fast as I assumed. But that's a great pick. You know, it's a decently small, thrifty round if they were to try to get some picks off.
And it's good to see here too, right, from the team switching, how this attacking team, they do get mid control, but you've also been able to see them push like as a whole team onto a site. They're playing very, very smart to get picks and using their pushes as well together, which you saw mostly from the other team pushing through mid.
That shot from Soul, he was able to take out 1, but he teleported away and still died. The bullet traveled with him straight through his skull. He took it with him all the way to market. I don't know if his op is down market, but regardless, he was able to take only 1 embodied rescue through the Neon. Almost a collat here. Spy wanting to try to get some info. He's not, but he knows that they're there. He could try to wallbang this, but he's just going to play it defensively. They don't know exactly where he is or where he threw that from. And Daunting is inside of tiles looking for any lurks on the rotate. The defenders anchoring very solidly, and these attackers don't have the HP to try to push out.
Definitely, definitely. It's great to see some restraint too from this defensive team. They don't want to over rotate here, right? There hasn't been any full pushes from the attacking side, so it's good to stand your ground and try and not give them extra space in sight. Because once these attackers get a sight, they are very, very strong there.
30 seconds left.
Justin has been pushing up, just like we saw from Soul last half, but that's an ultimate coming out for the attackers. 20 seconds remaining. They got to just hold W and get on here. Spy has no utility to back himself up. Luckily, his team has been pushing inside of stairs, but there's 1, 2. Spy gets it, and Kessler's able to shut it down, leaving the attacker Justin all alone. Tries to get the pick, but he doesn't wait until the person dies. Kessler, Zera, triple kill down. Great hold from Spy.
Super great holds from the defensive team right there. You know, very patient, sitting back sight. They didn't clear it. He was able to get 2 huge picks, trying to get the third right there. That was fantastic play by him, even with no util after the KO ult came out.
No util needed. And one thing that I've said in the past is, even if you have the highest level of game sense, it doesn't matter when you peek a corner and your head gets blown off, because people with mechanical skill always shut them down. So let's try to see more of that mechanical skill coming out from Spy. The score is 9-9. It's still anybody's game here.
Lots of ults too on the attacking side here to be able to get info and or control. Looks like they're going to be taking some mid control, trying to use some util to clear out tree. Top cat.
Great shot from Knight, but Juan Wick, he's just got that mechanical skill that I was talking about, able to get those clean headshots with a Phantom. You know, it's not a 1-tap, but it's a 2-tap, and the gun shoots pretty fast. So Kiki needs to try to get another pick. It's still a 4v4. Each one of these rounds has been so low. It's always ending near the 20 seconds is when the bomb goes down, and it doesn't get defused until maybe 30 seconds later. But there we go. Soul popping his ult. Tour de Force shuts down Rescue, and that's an advantage for the defending side. Attackers kind of scrambled to do what they need to.
Yeah, Soul, great hold by Soul. Wall's going to come out from the Neon so that they can get a chance to cross, but Soul's going to shut that down.
Spike down A.
I love how you can see where his game sense is sitting there and how he was aiming right where people would be moving in that duration. Clean shots from Soul, leaving Juan Wick alone without the spike, but he has his ultimate. He can get on site, pop his ult, grab it, and plant.
10
I don't know
seconds
if he's
left.
going to be fast enough, though.
I don't think he's going to have enough time here.
He got it, and he's planning, and he gets it. Juan Wick, can he now hold a site in a 1v4 against an ulting chamber and 3 others? We still have a KO fatal. Nice blind. There's no more util to use for 3 seconds. Gonna hold it, dodges the flash, spots one. All 4 are swinging on him, and he goes down. And that's what you want to see from a defending retake. If you push against one person and just overwhelm them with guns, bodies, and bullets, you will win that round.
Great use of util there for retake too. Like, he dodges the flash. He's not able to get the shots out. Starts panicking as he sees more and more bodies there, and you just kind of flood him. You know, wonderful.
And the biggest mistake people make on that map is splitting up, going inside of lane and going inside a stairwell on the retake, because now you're split and the person defending has an angle that he can take off each person one at a time. But when you all push stairwell at the same time after a flashbang, beautiful team coordination. You love to see it, and hopefully we continue to see that from the defense, who have been sort of on the slight lead for most of this game, but again, it's neck and neck.
Oh, definitely. It's a wonderful game for both teams. They're using their util well. They're playing great together. You know, it seems to be back and forth.
Oh, he can't teleport away, though. Justin shuts it down. Great shots all around here.
Knight is able to get the pick with the nade, but the Neon ult does come out right there as well. Gonna be a 3v2 here.
Oh, but Daunting has the lineup. That is the second time he's killed somebody lane without even looking. This man knows exactly what he is doing on Sova. On defense, he might have not been the best with that Odin play that he kept trying, but on attack, he has been consistently holding down B. Only he brought it on that first half, but hey, might actually make it to the finals with this gameplay.
We're going to have them pushing through mid right here. We're going to have Brimstone over on A, and then we're going to have KO still here at B. KO's got, you know, great util to be able to try and get intel once
30
his knife
seconds
comes
left.
up, and to see if they're going to be pushing his site and to give comms to his teammate. We're going to be clearing out here through CT for a B push.
And here we are, yet again, 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Kessler alone with a Phantom. Spots one, manages to do a little bit of damage. He's now going to play time, only 10 seconds, and they need to get him down.
Pop flash is coming out.
Bomb goes down, and Juan's able to get the pick, leaving Logan all alone to get onto this site and win it for Team BNR. So are we going to see Team BNR able to clutch up against Walmart Optic here to not allow them to tie up and get a nice 2-round lead?
If anybody can do it, it'd be Logan. Seems to be a strong contender here. Clearing sight. Oh, isn't able to get the second pick yet.
Good try, but Juan Wick, he has that mechanical skill that's able to win. Logan has hit those shots before, but, you know, under the pressure of the clutch, it's very difficult to keep your mindset and able to clutch up there, especially when Logan, or not Logan, but we saw Juan Wick hit him with a crouch. And, you know, at this level, a crouch is honestly pretty tactical. Some people are like, don't crouch spray. Hey, they're aiming at head level. They're not going to hit me.
Yeah.
It's great to see that.
At this level of gameplay, they're all trying to aim for the head and usually tapping head. So if you crouch, you might be able to miss that one headshot that would have gotten you.
And I love seeing the micro plays that come out. Daunting, utilizing his util, but it gets shut down. No more option to push with that recon drone. But we're going to see the ult orb getting tapped a little bit. He wants to pick it up because if he grabs this, he's going to be 1-7 from his ultimate. Big brain. But he needs to try to get it as fast as possible because that ult is very clean at getting it on site.
With that one way too, they were smart using the util for the molly to be able to clear out wine so they can make sure that they don't have to be swung by somebody who's trying to hold a tight angle.
And that's a collab for Soul, but he doesn't get the third and gets shut down by Kiki. Great shot regardless. That gives a great ability for these defenders to still be in it to hold it down, and that makes it a 4v2.
Super, super huge play here by Soul. Chamber just definitely taking 2 out with the collat. Couldn't get the third, but his teammates are there to be able to trade stuff out for him. That was wonderful.
30 seconds remaining on the clock. We are going to see
seconds left.
Juan trying to get any info to push out. He still has one smoke because he's Omen. That's not a cooldown. He's going to pop it, and they have to push forward. Nice pop flash coming out, but there's a counter flash, and beautiful counterplay from the defenders, able to hold that down.
That's the beauty about Omen right there, too, whenever you're trying to retake, especially with the teams playing later in these rounds, you know, before they take a site. Omen's going to have another flash, whereas Brim, once those go down and they're gone, they're gone.
And you only get 3 of them, but the perk of Brim is that they last a lot longer than any other smoke in the game. So, you know, Jet Smoke it's like vape smoke. It's gone if you forget about it. It's not there. But Brimstone, that stuff will last way too long. Sometimes I sit in Brim, it's like, when is this going to end? But Omen, he's kind of the middle ground for it, and that is where his power comes in with the regeneration factor on it. But Soul taking out one, getting away with only 3 HP remaining, while Kessler swings out and takes out Daunting. Justin tries to get a pick, but Kessler straight through it. He knows how to line this angle up, getting himself another kill. Spike is down inside of tiles, and there's no more smoke to protect them.
And these attackers being on their save round is very, very rough. Huge molly.
What a name. That is exactly what you like to see from a KO. Beautifully played. Triple kill for him, giving his team match point, making BNRGG very close to moving into the finals.
Right here, you just have to be glad that you're able to have a bye round here, hoping that Juan Wick, you know, can do what he does for his team, clutching it up, you know, and get them into overtime here when you're attacking. Looks like they're gonna have a split play right here. They don't have Spike.
If they lose this round, it's already over, so they're just relying on a full bye. But they're so low that any deaths are crucial to, even if they win the round, they're not going to have anything. And speaking of deaths that could be avoided, that nade taking out Daunting across the sights. Beautiful use of util, and we also see the defense pushing inside of tiles for the first time. They're not expected to go here, but Kiki swinging out, taking out 2 players.
There.
Very, very huge.
We love seeing just how fast a round can move in somebody's favor, going from a 5v4 into a 3v4. It's insane, and we love seeing that kind of gameplay from Kiki, checking behind them even though there wasn't really any reason to, just kind of game sense, get that tingle in your mind saying I should do something about that. But now we're seeing Kiki sliding out and not getting a pick, but the counter ult from the KO. They want to push out, but Kessler, utilizing the util from Spy, takes out Kiki.
Spy still being here on site as they're jumping out. He's able to get one.
30 seconds left.
Not able to go second, though.
Last player standing.
Now it's all up to Logan. He's got his ultimate here, but he's not going to be able to use it for another 5 seconds.
Great knife right there by Rescue to be able to shut down that ult from Logan here.
And getting a lot of intel, knowing exactly where this guy's coming from. Logan, he knows he's spotted. He still has almost all utility except for a stim. So are we going to see some smokes going down? His ult going down. He's going to ult Boathouse, and now he's going to try to swing out. Spots one. Justin goes down. Rescue holding tight, and Logan clutches it up, making BNR GG win this best of 1 semifinals, moving his team into the finals.
That was just wonderful to watch, man. Truly. It was just so neck and neck there.
And now what we are seeing is there goes the round ascent. It's the map, and it was a great game to watch. And one thing that we could say is what we saw was a neck and neck fight up until the very last 2 rounds. Once we saw BNR GG get that 2-round lead, they held it, and they were able to push it all the way to a victory. And the clutch from Logan, probably the highlight of that game, outside of the collab we saw from Soul as well. We saw collab from Soul, triple kill plus a nade from Kessler Zera, a clutch to win it from Logan, and a spray down from Knight and Spy. Everybody on that team had a clippable moment, and that's why you got to say they deserve to move into the finals.
100%, 100%. From both teams, like the plays, the use of util there, very, very smart, wonderful to watch. It was super huge. He knew that this was either last round or they were going to be rolling into an overtime, right? Using his ult and peeking it just perfectly, able to get the pick on the chamber and then just a beautiful peek onto the other brim, right? For the clutch was just a great feeling knowing that you're rolling into the finals now based off of your clutch, Yeah.
And hopefully when we see him in the finals, he continues that, because one thing that happens is after a really cool play, that's all you're good for. So is Logan going to burn out? We'll find out after the next semifinals match to see who BNRGG are going to be competing against. And on the roster of next game is actually going to be Terra Esports, who is the reigning champion of this series so far.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone, so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined yet again by Swifty, and it is going to be the grand finals of the series right now. We're here with, all of these players. We have BNRGG versus Terra Esports, this Skybell series number 2. Now, I'm excited to see because we just watched BNRGG, and Swifty, how did you feel like they did last game in the semis?
I thought it was a great game. It was definitely back and forth, right? And they had some strong retakes, some strong attacks, everything. They just were working so well together. So hopefully they can pull it out through this fight with Terra, right? Who we know has won before, strong contenders. Earlier, we saw they had a rough start, but they pulled it back together and they came back incredibly strong. So hopefully they give them a good run for their money on these maps that we have selected. But we'll definitely have to see for sure.
And one thing that has to be stated is, IGL has put on some really great series and tournaments here, and they can't do that without, their sponsors with Skybell, as well as all of these players. Terra Esports, reigning champs, coming back for more. They want that prize money, and they've taken it before. So BNRGG, they're going to have to do a lot to get that $200 prize money, and leaving Terra with only $75 for this total of $275 tournament. But the first map we're moving in on is going to be on Haven. Yeah, on Haven. Terra is going to be attacking, while BNRGG is going to be on defense for all 3 games. And the maps are going to be Haven, Icebox, and if it makes it to it, we're going to be on Breeze. So I'm pretty excited. We're seeing if the teams are ready. And Swifty, who do you think is going to be the MVP of this game?
I have to lean towards Terra Group just because they are attacking first. With 3 sites, it makes it so difficult for defenders to rotate back and forth and have good control. So I think with the way that Terra plays with each other, and, they do have shooters, I think that this is going to be their map if they can get all of these rounds in and get good control here on attack.
And one thing I do have to say is Terra has the mechanical skill. Sometimes their game sense kind of makes them lacking, but as I said in the previous game in the semifinals, game sense doesn't matter if you're dead. So mechanical skill always carries over a lot of time.
For sure.
And you know, that's where I stand, especially in this kind of bracket where we're seeing high level fast reaction time, especially coming out of gamers like Andrew, who usually sits on chamber, and Bless. But we just saw last game incredibly high level gameplay coming out from BNR GG, and we are actually seeing that Logan has been subbed out for a new player, Ploop Nugget 37. So let's see what we're gonna do to get this in. It could be him on a different account, but let's see what happens today. Also, if you're in chat, make sure to hype these teams up. They've made it to the grand finals, so make sure to show your support and spam that chat.
Looks like we're going to have a raise on both sides from both attackers and defenders, which is definitely great for those tight little corners that you really want to clear out. Teams are very, very confident in what they have. Chamber on both sides, Breach on both sides, Omen on both sides, and a Fade.
This is just a mirrored team. It's going to be the same team comp, the same map, and when it's the same team comp, same map, it's all about who is more comfortable on the map of Haven itself. We've seen Terra go 13 to like 2 on this map before in these series for IGL. So are they going to replicate that lightning in the bottle, or are they going to show that they're just alchemists and they know how to make anything into gold?
So we're going to start seeing Rays rotating over to A site, right? We're going to start having a heavy stacked A site right here, which a lot of the time you can bet and is a close or a good call right here. Usually see an A or a C push when it comes to attacking. So it's just the guessing game right here on where to stack and be able to retake. This defending is very, very difficult because the teams just flood in, and it's so far for you to rotate to.
One bird that we do have, you know, big map rotations coming out, but the ability for them to just go from A to B to C on the defense, you know, that's pretty easy rotations. So that's why you're going to see the C to A. But we're seeing a big push coming out on C long. Soul sitting there with a short A. Swings out, he pushes right into Lemons, and Lemons going to take him down. Nice shot from Ploop Nugget. And he's not able to clean it up because Lemons, that Omen, already on his double kill.
Great take right here by the attackers. Getting comfortable, pushing up, trying to limit the amount of room that the defenders have. Taken out.
We are seeing BNR trying to push up, but
remaining.
That's a nice pick. Double kill, making it a 4K for Kessler Zera, taking out a lot of the members of Team Terra. Honestly, great shot so far. You know, they just came out of their win, so maybe they want to keep that momentum building up.
You definitely have, you know, being very, very warm, confident on a win, right? To be able to hit good shots that you want to see, you know, especially against a team like Terra who are consistently very, very strong. Looks like we're going to have a full force here, too, on our defense side.
Full force. And what we also see on Terra, we have Lemons, who was hitting nice shots early, and PKM rocking flight buys to try to get in here. They can shut this down because they're the guys who are able to frag out. PKM's pretty consistent with his sheriff, but we're seeing a push from Soul right up in front, and he gets one, dinks another, and TP's out with only taking 8 damage, and he gets another one through the smoke. Kessler on the flank takes out Andrew. This is exactly what you want to see coming out from BNR. Can we see a dethroned Terra here?
Honestly, that's great plays to, you know, by a defending team. You do kind of want to push out. Once you know that somebody's not there, you push, you get control. They get very stuck and pinched.
But there's Hyun Min. He picks up his dead teammate's sheriff and already starts popping off with it. Spy is there taking out Lemons, but this is Hyun Min's very first time getting these one taps. Now, what we're going to see here, Hyun Min is going to swing out. He's going to get a one tap, or he's going to die. So, which is it going to be? It's all up to him to decide.
And you want to take these weapons out of their hands, kind of hurt their econ. You know, when you're solo, it's your only option. Playing it slow, playing it smart, going for the orb.
Playing it slow, playing it smart. You know, that's one thing to be said. Picking up that orb while alone, it is a pretty smart play, considering the fact that now that he has died, he got an ult orb, and he died. That's 2 points. 2 points to their ultimate on this map. That is a free sight with how Hyunmin likes to play it. Breach is incredibly powerful at pushing in and being one of the best initiators for their team.
And we have seen this before, right? Where Terra Group is on the lower end at the pistol rounds. They have real weapons, and the defending team is going to be on a bonus round. So it's just going to be probably a bloodbath.
Kessler Zera already taken out PKM. The attackers do have a full buy, but that Bulldog is up there in caliber, so it is able to compete with those bigger weapons. We are seeing the attackers now leaning towards a little bit of a smooth, trying to retake any ground that they have already lost from the death of PKM here.
And a huge stack here on A by the defensive team, looking to get as many picks as they can. Well, these attackers continue to move towards A site.
They just need to get one pick to try to take this, but they're playing it incredibly slow. We do see in this series, compared to the last time I casted Team Terra, they do have a slightly different roster moving in, which could change a few things. But, you know, we still have the big guns like Bless, Andrew, Hyunmin, PKM. So, Luke Nugget, nice use of utility.
Great blind right there to slow them down, being able to make it so they couldn't push. Can't get the trade from Soul to Andrew.
And there's that ultimate from the defending Breach, able to push them all back. Bless takes a lot of damage, and Bloop Nugget gets himself a double kill. Hyunmin is sitting kind of locked into here. Is he going to be able to get that pick? Spike is down in there. They only have 12 seconds.
10 seconds
I think I
left.
spoke too soon, saying that once they have weapons, it'd be a bloodbath, like on the bonus round from our defending team. But they are doing great with it. They are holding down sites. They are getting picks and just destroying the confidence here in Terra.
Hyunmin was able to take out a gun in that last round, but Kessler Zera is their top frag. He has enough funds to keep it in the game and buy himself a Phantom anyways, but we're seeing Bloop Nugget consistently trying to bonus. This is round 4, and he still is bonusing with the same Bulldog that his team's been passing around. So, are we going to see the Team Terra actually bring it back now that they do have an even-ish weapon? So far, we're not seeing them be able to outplay with util.
Yeah, Ploop being the bank account here might be a great play and huge for our defenders on this map. They get a pick over with PKM on Soul, but then Knight gets the trade on Bless.
Now, PKM getting that early trade with only a Sheriff only costs about $850, and he's cleaning up with that. So what are we going to see from Knight here? He's already taken out the Fade. He wants to push into grass, but he needs to get out of this smoke first. The attackers a little bit tied up here, and the defenders trying their best to go for any picks they can.
The Fade util for knowledge that somebody's still A long is 200 IQ. You know that you get to hold sight here. You got your Omen rotating back through B to mid to peak, nothing as they start flooding into sight, and you still have control.
And that Fade util able to spot out PKM while he was concussed, opening it up for Zera. But there we go, Andrew getting himself a double kill. And he gets another one, making this a 1v1 Chamber versus Raze. And the bomb is going to be taken all the way to C long. The Raze knows, and he needs to move fast, because if he does not get onto C long in time, Andrew knows how to hit these shots. What are we going to see coming out here?
Looks like he's gonna be planting CT garage area, play it, but then we're gonna have Raze pushing through garage, trying to clear it out. Oh, he circles back around him.
This is some dramatic irony. We can see what they cannot, but Andrew on the flank here. He's holding it down. He's just playing time. He's doing this very beautifully. In a 1v1, when you're low on HP, you can't risk anything. And that full check from Knight, he knows now where Andrew is. His game sense is locked in, and he's gonna swing on it. And there we go. Andrew clutching it up in a pretty not benefiting him situation there. 1v4 pretty much just cleaned it up.
You know, it never seems to work out well for me in timing when I want to rotate back through, but it just worked out so perfectly for Andrew, pushing through garage as Knight has already cleared through. right? Clearing into CT, it's just everything played in his favor so much.
Yeah, and I was surprised that Andrew was able to bring that back, considering, you know, the defending team, BNR, are able to utilize utility and pretty much shut off most pushes, but Andrew's aim has kept him in this game.
100%. And you always see Andrew, a very strong contender for Terra Group. He's plays the chamber well, right? He's got a great shot, and he gets in and out and gets those picks for your team.
Now, PKM, he used to fit that role. Are we going to see him bringing it back here? He does have a Phantom in hand and full armor for the first time in a little bit. So instead of a Sheriff, is he going to be able to try to push on? A seems a bit abandoned by Spy. They need to try to get onto A. They don't know what's going on. That's an ultimate that's not going to be quite utilized, but it gives the team the confidence to push in when there's nobody to defend it. And Andrew on the lurk takes out Knight inside of B. Got two more pushing him right now.
Great smokes on site. Wonderful control of A site. Trying to get what they can for flank. Keeps the team pushed off. Time is ticking down. That bomb.
Terra's in a great spot here, but you know, the defending team has full util. They're going to teleport away, but what a shot from Kessler Zera. He has been hitting those. Beautiful blind. And it's all up to the Terra teammates, and they clutch it up. You know, great use of util coming out from the defending breach, but it just wasn't good enough.
Honestly, like, the best thing that he could be doing here is keep doing what he's doing for his team. It works most of the time. Unfortunately, it didn't there, but Terra Group seems to be getting their groove in. So it's probably going to start being a very, very different game as they keep getting these great pushes, you know, throwing off this defending team like they've been doing.
And Terra's bringing it back economy-wise as well. Look at the defenders. We're having Ploop Nugget pulling out a Bucky. And a Bucky at this level of gameplay, you better be holding those corners very tight. And that's what we're seeing inside of C Long here. Soul pops his ultimate, tries to get any kind of info or pick. Knight being very aggressive with a stinger right in front of Andrew and his tour de force.
Oh, and he knows.
He spotted him.
He knows.
And there
Takes
we
him
go.
out.
Knight gets shut down. That's already a big pick considering how much Knight has been, you know, getting a lot of info for his team utilizing that bone bot. But Kessler Zera, he's the top frag and he wants to keep that top frag. So he's going to try to use this Sheriff to maybe bring this round back. Ult's coming out. We do have Omen on site. He did spot the other Omen and he pings him on the minimap for his team. That's great communication going on. And now they know if we wide swing this Omen with only a Bucky, we win this. Well,
Oh, and you can see they're pushing hard. Util coming out.
And he just sits there and takes it. That's not a smart play, but Spy and Breach on site. Zera goes down. PKM being very aggressive, but the shot from Spy able to take out two players so far. Could win this
Start picking up guns, dude.
He's got himself a Vandal, and he luckily dodges the bullets shooting from that Lemons player. But it's up to PKM here, who doesn't want to peek. Terra playing it very intelligent. They have the chamber ult, and PKM is on site playing time.
Is he able to swing him and get the pick? He's not.
Oh, that was right above the noggin, but PKM swings around and takes out Spy. Spy was on a really good streak there, getting that pick on Hyunbin through the smoke and then hitting them through the wall of Garage. Great plays with the Sheriff, taking out a lot of economy for Terra's team. He doesn't have enough to buy himself, so he's going to be pocketed by one of his richer teammates.
I'm just curious what Ploop was doing there, staying in the aftershock. Like, did he think that they were going to push up? Like, why did he just tank the damage?
You know, he could have teleported to the other side. I think, honestly, it was just like he thought he was out of the range enough to not take the damage, but a giant exclamation mark says, yo, you're about to die. And Ploop said, no, I'm not. And the game said, okay. And then he died. So Knight now pushing forward into an ultimate. And PKM shuts it down. Raise diff. Now Bless needs to keep pushing forward. Spots one, bites on the back. And the timing, beautiful play. Bless already pushed up. Now it's going to be a 3v5. And Soul able to get one pick.
The way that they just collapse onto this C site is so top tier. Another aftershock coming out.
Nice pick.
Huge ult.
Zera gets two. It's now a 1v2. His ultimate able to get off a lot of picks. Nice blind, but he takes a little bit of damage from the nade, goes for the Vandal. Utilizing as much util as possible. He's in a bad spot, and he has to play this quick. Spots one, but he hears PKM making noise.
PKM's holding perfectly, too. Like, he's got confidence in Andrew. When he needs to move, he'll move, and Andrew's jiggle peeking it. So that he has no room to be able to play it differently.
Oh, but that's a clean shot. Andrew not jiggle peeking it that time. He knows where PKM is, and he's going to not get it to half, though. He dropped it a little bit too early, and that made him panic. PKM clutching it up, 3 kills to his name that round.
Great positioning by PKM there, waiting for his teammate, hoping Andrew was going to be able to keep him occupied. Super tough from Kessler not being able to get that half right there. Because I think if he got that half, he would have the confidence to win the gunfight against PKM and then clutch the round for his team.
Now, what we are seeing is going to be a much larger lean towards Terra Esports. And the thing about Terra, once they have that momentum and they start getting pushed further and further along economy-wise, they hold it down incredibly well. So Spy, he's only got a Marshall, and he has to hold against PKM, who is known for his entry frags.
PKM has just been using his util so well to create space for his teammates here on attack. And Andrew has just been cleaning up left and right. PKM getting into his own. With 2 picks, 3 picks.
That's what you love about the judge. It is the, final moment of a judicial system. You get shut down by that gun. And what we love to see coming out from PKM every single game is he doesn't care what weapon the enemies have. He has a judge, and he's going to judge them fairly. So, beautiful picks from PKM. We're moving into the next round here, and the economy of the defenders is finally caught up to them being able to do a full buy with armor.
Yeah, the attackers here really shut down Ploop's, bank savings here, and now he's only got 100 to his name.
Take hold. No charges.
Haunt gets destroyed, but Lemon's taking out Knight right through long. These defenders already backing up. Spy doing the same thing he's done for the past 3 rounds. Anytime he hears noise, he's backing it up all the way. He does not like to hold it down. And Soul goes down to PKM yet again. Bless inside of Hell. We do have Spy all alone right now. Needs to try to have a pick or an assistance from Kessler Zera.
Plant's gonna be going down. They've got perfect positioning. Nade coming out. Somebody on the flank, though. We've got Ploop coming out on the flank. Gets a pick.
Does get, Andrew, who likes to lurk at this moment in the game. So, honestly, it's a big pick, but it's not that great when it comes to the fact that the bomb's already planted. And we still have an Omen. T-Long. Not sure what he's doing, but
still anchored on C.
He's the anchor, and this boat ain't moving until he's there. But PKM and Kessler try to duke it out, but Hyun Min is there to get the final kill. And Ploop Nugget helping his team incredibly right now, making sure that there is no possible chance that a ghost appears in C.
Well, there's just no shot that they're going to be able to take C from Ploop right here.
Ploop did get that really good pick on Andrew, but his choice to move from middle all the way back to C site really confuses me, especially because he left his 2 teammates to fend for themselves against 4. Not exactly the greatest play, and he's the sub, so they're putting a lot of money on him being better than Logan, who has clutched those before.
I wonder if something happened with Logan. He was a super strong contender last game, and definitely not somebody you want to see leave. Hopefully, Ploop can fill those boots.
We do have Soul pushing up. Andrew spots him. Soul almost gets it, but he's aiming about 7 pixels above the noggin. Now Andrew has the spike and is rotating to his team, who just got picked off. Bless is able to get the trade, and now C-Site is there. Andrew just has to bring the bomb from long.
Pushing up long super easily. They've got great control, continuing to move and pushing these defenders further back. Spy here trying to jiggle peek it. He does have the stinger. I can't seem to ever hit anything with it.
The Stinger's a great gun when you use burst and aim down sights, but it's not consistent enough that you want to use it in a lot of situations. Bless, he's very low. And Ploop Nugget on the flank yet again. Andrew takes out Spy. Ults are coming out from the defenders. Hyunmin shoots him well battered right out of the sky, and it's all to Hyunmin, who gets another shot well concussed, but he can't clutch up against Ploop Nugget 37, who's there to shut him down. But Hyunmin, excuse me, let's check his PC right now. He just got 2 insanely clean shots through util. Well played.
Unfortunately for him, Ploop told him, you know, C is my site. I'm gonna take this back.
Yeah, I'm Ploop Nugget, and C is for me. Except for that one time that he let util kill him in long from breach. But we'll let him redeem himself with that clutch right there.
We're gonna have the op come out here.
Ooh, an op from Soul. Yeah, op from Soul and op from Andrew. The difference is Soul's 5 and 10, Andrew's 9 and 6, and Andrew's quite fast with his reaction time. Soul on the defense though, that gives a little bit of advantage. But here we go, PKM popping his ultimate and gets the pick onto Soul. He gets the trade, but can't TP out in time. Just exactly how you want to play that. There's no more opt down. You know, the Omen can try to get it, but not in the hands of Chamber. You might have to save on C again.
We're gonna be pushing here at A quite hard. Knight's able to get the pick. Able to get info for another one.
But he's not able to get that shot off, and Kessler does swing out, taking out Bless. He gets a little bit decayed and slowed down, turning this into a 2v3. Is PKM sacrifice gonna be worth it to try to clutch up here? Andrew still has his op, and we know what he does with this thing.
100%. I think the best play here is hopefully get a pick, maybe save. They are low on money. They do have rounds that they can sacrifice here. Be interesting to see what he does.
I am fascinated by the defensive strategy of giving up A site and then choosing to retake it as a team. They've done that every time that they hear people pushing.
Very, very interesting too, because they never heard them cut sound or start rotating. So they just gave them the site and figured it'd be best to have 3 guns versus 2. Knowing one's an op, if you can get him to push off his peak right here, he's not able to get the pick.
And they're all pushing up. They're just holding W. And there's not going to be a spray down from Lemons. Getting shut down. Great attempt coming out from the attackers. But, you know, util's popping off, and that's what you're going to see. That retake that they set up beforehand definitely was executed as they wanted to.
Perfect teamwork from all 3 of them right there. Coming out at the same time, because you know that we've got a timeout coming. You know that the op can only kill hopefully one of you, unless you're lined up for a collat, which we've seen from Soul before. But
now, a tactical timeout at this time. What we want to see, this is the attacker side. They just lost a round that economy-wise was very winnable, very doable. So, and also, this is the last round that they could full buy. It's also the last round of the half. What are we going to see coming out from them? Are they going to do a different attempt? Because in the past few rounds, they've been defaulting. They haven't really just launched it early onto a site. Because Haven's a big map. You want to default on it, but that's not really been working for them.
Yeah, you'd hope to see like a nice hard push. We've seen these defenders can definitely retake well. But we've seen from Terra Group that once they get in their positions, they can really do some damage. They've got great angles, great communication from one another. As long as they push hard, I think that they could take a site very easily off rip and be able to win the round for themselves.
We're hoping to see something different for this last round. They need something different because they don't want to tie 6-6. They're Terra on defense, incredibly strong. But if you look at their team composition, they don't have the comp for a defensive Haven play. And that's what they kind of need to work on here. Both teams have the same comp, and attacking side has advantage with this team comp. So we want to see maybe Terra going 5-7, and that will give them the lead that they need to try to hold the win.
For sure. It looks like we've got a technical timeout going on right here. I'm not sure what's happening.
A lot could be going on over on the TE side. maybe we might see some internet issues. We are seeing Hyun Min's ping spiking about 250 there. So there's a lot of potential as to why we need a tech timeout, but hopefully time will tell and it'll be solved in a matter of seconds. So in the meantime, during a tech timeout, we can always say thank you to Skybell for sponsoring IGL, and also the people in chat who have been supporting us by watching. If you're not already following, the best thing you can do is drop a follow for anytime these tournaments go live, and tell us right now, it's almost halftime, who do you think is going to win?
100%. You know, thanks to everybody who supports all these tournaments so that they can continue to go on. Thank you to IGL, you know, for being around. It definitely keeps everybody's week interesting, you know, when we get to the weekend.
Sounds like a plan. So thanks, everybody. And we're going to go to a brief commercial break, and hopefully the timeout will be done by then.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com. Keep your family safe.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looks like we're going to have them pushing hard towards A here by Terra. There's going to be a great slow here. PKM is able to take it out.
And
Off coming out by Ploop.
Yeah, we did come back, but Hyun Min, oh my god, that, you know, his ping is fixed and his aim is here to shine. Here we go, now they're pushing back in, and it's all to Kessler Zera in a 1v5. Spotting one, he gets a pick, but PKM is gonna shut him down. Great effort coming in from everybody. Tactic timeout, coming off just in time.
Switching sides.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see, like a hard push for A. They collapsed on the team great. Wonder how this opposite team, obviously same team composition, but how they're going to utilize their util differently on their attack side now, coming from BNRG.
Yeah, and the one thing that we could say about BNRG with confidence is that what we have is a single breach in double digits where everyone else is below that. You know, he's been the hard carry on the defense. Is he going to be able to step back and now let his duelists, because they are on attack now, Raze on attack on Haven? Very powerful. We might see Knight start to pop off and maybe even tie with Tesla or Kessler by the end of this, but it's all up to what Terra responds with.
We're going to see the frenzies busted out too, which is always great to see here on attack, and especially coming through Garage. Very, very strong.
There we go, swinging out. Bless able to get two with the frenzy. Tries to get a knife kill, almost hits it, but it's just not enough. And Lemons is swinging out. Kessler able to take him down. Terra in a very bad spot. But if you look at the HP of those attackers, they're one hit away. But Kessler might time this right, gets a nice clean headshot and decides not to repeat that, leaving Hyun Min all alone in a 1v3. He does have that frenzy, and they are low.
We do have 2 very, very weak here on attack, so he can definitely win this. Completely sneaks up on Kessler right here.
Oh, but he still gets it. Now it's going to be 1 HP versus 1 HP. Soul needs to hold this down. He's got fast reaction time. And Hyun Min. But Soul only has 1 bullet in his queue.
Come on.
Hyun does need to get this bomb down.
Oh! What? No, but he still gets it on time. What a great round for both sides. We saw that multi-kill coming out from Bless with this frenzy spray down, and we saw the very last part of the round playing out time. You know, what Soul did do that was right in that moment was playing around that corner and making sure Hyun Min wasn't able to rush him down, even though he was incredibly low. That was such a chair gripping round.
Honestly, I'm so surprised he missed the shot there. Hyun was against time, not moving. All you had to do was land that 1 shot with him being as weak as he was.
Now we do have Andrew able to take out Soul. That's what he gets for clutching against his team last round. Now Bless on the flank inside of Nest, joined by his Omen. Are they gonna try to get this pick off? And they get it. Ploop Nugget shut down. Kessler Zero all alone trying to hold it back. And luckily, his team is going to loop around and do some damage. It's a 3v3. The economy is in the hands of the attackers.
He is going to be able to pick up this Spectre right here. Good positioning.
They're checking.
Trying to clear it.
And he tries to swing out again and dies. But hey, it's a 2v2. There's enough guns on the ground to make this even economy for the clutch that's about to go down for either team. What are we going to see? Are we going to see Kessler Zera with Knight pop off? Or is it going to be going to Hyun Min and Andrew?
He did try to semi-clear sight, coming back through garage. Going to be meeting 2v2 right here.
Last player standing.
What a round. Kessler Zera with that Bulldog just shutting it down, and Knight was able to get that early pick. You know, these guys are playing together. The attackers are doing pretty well, and they tied it up already. And that's what we were saying. You know, their team comp is leaning towards attacking side. The Breach, the Raise, and the Fade are incredibly powerful at getting onto a site this Haven map. So they need to try to continue that and learn how to counter it if you were Team Terra.
On the save round that they just had too, was very, very smart for them to push up and through to be able to try and get weapons out, you know, since they were on the save.
Bless is already pushed up, trying to hold it back, and now Knight got a stinger. He's reliably used the stinger before, but PKM not able to check too close, gets shut down by both Knight and, of course, Kessler. But Bless wants to say, my turn, dodging an ultimate from Kessler. Spots him, but his reaction time is just not there today, and Kessler picks up a Vandal. The bomb goes down at B, and it's a 2v5.
Honestly, just great plays by Kessler. He's really holding their team together the best that he can with these Bulldogs, saving Econ, picking up the Vandal.
Wow, Andrew, though, still able to bring it back for his team. He's hitting these shots. That's what that Radiant Gun Buddy stands for. And are we going to see another one? We aren't. He only has 3 bullets. He's trying to dodge. Andrew's stunned, and he gets pushed in by Ploop Nugget, leaving Hyun Min to clutch up here.
Gonna be trying to jiggle this.
Sarah's reaction time, MVP right now. This man is 24-10. You could say getting carried for Team B and RGG right now.
Honestly, Kessler is just doing so much damage and really helping his team, being able to get those picks on, you know, with a Bulldog, like against like Vandals, being able to swap out, pick up a weapon, still having Econ as well. Very, very smart, good player, definitely holding his team down.
I love that. But now we're moving into the next round, and we have the defenders kind of going for a heavy C hold here. Andrew with his ultimate getting 1 pick, and Soul goes down. And without Soul, you don't have that chamber trip anymore, which means that these teammates on attack have to try to hold B. They can't go C, they can't go A. We have an Omen trying to go and see if the chamber's pushing up.
Spike planted.
Oh, but he
Barely
doesn't spot
misses
him.
him.
This timing is incredible, but Ploop Nugget with the flick still able to kill Andrew. Hyun Min needs to peek out here and spot Spy. And there's a nice clean headshot, Sheriff in hand. And oh my god, Lemons on site, able to take him out. Hyun Min double kill with the Sheriff. That was so fast. You know, it looked like a great round for the attackers. And then Hyun Min shows up, Lemons teleports on top, and everybody's dead. Welcome to the Thrifty round, 8-8.
Getting those thrifties always feels so great too, knowing that you had the weaker weapons and you were just able to hold it, you know, and be able to upgrade.
Oh, absolutely. Not only the weaker weapon, but also a Sheriff versus Vandals. That's like when you're at a drag race and you have a 1996 Toyota Corolla and you're facing a Mustang. It makes no sense how it works, but it just does. And that's what we love to see. But now we're moving into the next round, and we have Bless yeeting that over, trying to spot anybody. No vision gathered, and there's a nice good blind. We do have an ultimate from the Fade trying to take this B site. They seem to like B site.
Realizing the weakness here, you know, for Terra on their defense being B and getting great control from B, as long as they have the post plant setup to be able to really hold it.
Now PKM swings out with his teammate. Hyunmin already taken out one. Blind comes out, but Kessler fully blind, taken out one, but PKM is there to move off and gets that double, makes it a 2v3. Soul taking out Andrew, now has to hold the site, but the bomb is down inside of A-Link. Ploop Nugget has some of the worst timing, and that is not his fault. That is just Valorant being Valorant. Soul alone on site needs to try to get that bomb, kill Bless and PKM in 40 seconds.
He's gonna have to clear both sides. He did get the peek on one. Isn't able to get the pick on PKM. Oh.
And PKM, honestly, PKM has done that round 4 times. Lets his teammate try to die, and then get the kill. He swings it. He knows how to whip it around the corner and absolutely smack him with it. And that's what we love seeing from PKM. The M stands for murder, the P stands for player, and K, I don't know yet. But we need to see what else is going to happen coming in from Terra Esports. They're right now in the lead by only 1 point. Neck and neck game 1 so far.
Honestly, if we keep seeing games like this, we could see all 3 maps played out, which would be fantastic.
You want to play? Let's play.
We do have an ultimate come in. Soul tries his best, pops his ult. He spots Bless. And they want to push inside a sewer. Util coming out. There's one for PKM. Oh, he's got the judge.
The judge can be so punishing right there, especially around those tight corners. You think you'd be able to win the gunfight, and then you just get bopped by it. Fade Util coming out.
Kessler Zero doing his best. We're going to see him try to get another pick. Fortunately not.
We do see Ploop is here on the flank, trying to wait to see if anybody's going to rotate.
You have Bless
hasn't seen anyone
pushing up here. He needs, you know, these defenders don't need a push. And that's the power of being on defense. They have to come to you. If you're holding on site, you have advantage every single time. And that's where the utility, that's why Valorant is such a tactical game. The utility makes or breaks it, and they used a lot on Aegis now. And that smoke just completely blocked all of the util, use the flash. Ploop Nugget already carrying his team with his best smokes as humanly possible, and jumps right into a stun. But here we go, Soul now pushing forward.
Hold's coming out, trying to get intel.
There's only 15 seconds remaining, and that blind's gonna stop them from pushing forward. Hyun Min, he knows that time is in his favor. Bless holding close, gets it with the last bullet, and tries to get a pick. The spike is going down in exactly 4 seconds, which means it should be planted. And now it's up to Andrew. That was a 0.1 second off against Soul. Operator versus Vandal, and he whiffs it.
I feel really good right here being able to, oh, can't get the timing to be able to get him while he's rotating.
It was a great try, and I was so surprised that it got on site in time. You know, we saw Bless putting in the work. He got the last bullet of his mag, able to take out one, and then we also saw him try to use that classic to slow down the enemy fade, but there we had it. The bomb went down, barely any time remaining. So, great round, tying it up again. This is so neck and neck.
This is a great game to cast, watch. You know, it's keeping me on the edge of my seat. They flew into sight to get plant down by the skin of their teeth. That was insane.
And we're seeing that a lot happen from BNR right now. They're getting in, but barely. We need, if they want to try to win against TE, this game looks like it's going to go into overtime with how consistently close these rounds are. And in overtime, they might not have the advantage of just barely scraping by.
100%. It looks like they're going to be stacked heavily towards C. We have seen Terra Group be able to come back with this, you know, thrifty buy to really win the round. Looks like they're pushing for another B push here on attack.
And here we go. Andrew on the flank of Plute Nugget, who does not know there's a chamber, but gets timing. And Andrew, we didn't see what happened, and I feel like that's for our own good right now, but we need to see what else is going to go down. We have the attackers pushing in. Kessler gets a clean headshot. These attackers already on a great play. Lemons unable to connect those shots, getting a little movement diff, but it's up to this 5v2. Bless swings out, takes out the top frag, leaving Hyun Min with a sheriff to clutch up this. And that's a great round for the attackers.
Where are you?
Now,
Very unfortunate. You were hoping, you know, the same push that you were going to be able to pick out people at window here in mid. The post plant was phenomenal. You love to see that. It's just always the worst when you see a team plant and then just stay all on site and then just get mowed through.
And that will happen, especially when you're having a Frenzy versus a Phantom, a Sheriff versus a Vandal. And, you know, if we saw that pick that got Andrew killed, or if we saw him hit that, that would be a very vital position to be in. You have your chamber right behind the enemies, and he has a weapon to push in with.
Lemons here getting stunned using the TP.
But he gets spotted. That's the power of Fade. Hyun Min is able to take out Knight, though, kind of evening out the trade. And we do see PKM has his ultimate here, but he's going to be facing off against a lot of ults. PKM pops it, but Kessler with that counter ult, able to get the pick. Soul taking out Bless. Andrew onto Soul. 1 HP remaining. Needs to try to get another pick, but the only person with him is Hyun Min.
Gunman with a Guardian as well. Guardian does do damage, but not going to cut it right here.
Great try from Terra to retake that, but we're just seeing that kind of... The shots from Kessler, he's already that round pushed over the line, and he's now at 31 kills.
Gotta feel so great being able to drop a 30 bomb against strong players that you know are very good.
Champions in game one. That is a big start. That's, you know, I came to party, all right, and I ain't leaving. This man brought his own beer. He's ready to stay at this frat. Now, what we need to see here is if this team can be consistent, because the economy right now of TE is not looking very good.
Especially when you're here towards the last few rounds, you really have to get it together. You know, get that. You need that money to be right. You need to win. You need to win rounds. You need to get these guns out of their hands.
And pushing into a smoke, not the best play. And it happens twice for Knight, getting himself a double, but gets taken down by the Stinger, leaving Andrew, who is on an eco ultimate, in a 1v4. Versus Kessler, and he takes out Kessler. This opens the door for a great clutch potential. Are we going to see that from Andrew? But today has not been his day.
You definitely have to get some confidence, though, knowing that their top frag is out, and you know that you're a good shot, and you know how to play. You can definitely come back from this. He just has to be super meticulous.
Andrew is a great shot, especially with his ultimate, and he just picked up a Phantom.
Slow pushing in here. It's going to be held by the... What a shot.
Beautiful. Andrew, 1v2. Both players on the right, but he's decayed. He tries to push out with the decay, but he teleports out of it, which I did not know that you could do. But here we go. There's a pick. But Andrew's nothing compared to Bloop Nugget 37, who is able to clutch those on that C site. That's the third time Bloop has clutched at C. As we said before, C is his map.
You know, I didn't know that you could TP out of those either. I thought you were stuck in those until it wore out.
My thing is like, when it wears out, it takes a little bit of time for you to gain that decay, but the second you TP, it's just gone. He's purged of it. So Chamber is still the best Sentinel. But let's see what's gonna happen here. Match point has been given to BNRGG in game 1, but are they gonna take game 1 by winning one more round? We do have
Tara does have ult here.
We have an op on Andrew, ult on Hyun Min, Bless, and Lemons.
Go get it.
Trying to clear out this sewer here on A.
Does not spot Lemons up there though.
Oh. Was he given away with his smoke? Trying to clear this super carefully.
All right, Soul now swinging out into Andrew's operator, taken down, and he teleports back. There goes the chamber, but Lemons has been extra careful. The timing! Lemon, you're holding it for 40 seconds. You had everything in front of you, but Hyun Min also taken down. That is so unfortunate.
This game is the most punishing with timing. It's super infuriating. And then the counter ult between both of them.
Andrew spots one, but shooting through the smoke, giving away his position. Kessler on a triple. This could be a potential ace for the man if he is consistent here. Both of the defenders are now pushing from the CT site. We have PKM flying in.
We got the defuse going on. Fakes it.
There's one, and there's the ace for Kessler closing out game 1. Kessler, Zara going 37-15.
Honestly, just absolutely insane. At 37 against the reigning champs has to make you feel good, right?
You know, and that's the thing. We're also seeing Bloop Nugget was the replacement for Logan, and he performed well. He clutched those. Are we going to see some replacements come into game 2? But so far, game 1, simply beautiful. Everybody playing exactly how they wanted to play. We saw Kessler going 37-15, 8 assists, combat score about 200 higher than the guy below him. That is how much that man put in the work and carried, ending it with the ace. We saw Spy, great use of util. It definitely helped Kessler hit his shots. And TE was just kind of lagging behind. The new player on their team, Lemons, 7-19, his debut grand finals.
Honestly, it was just very, very rough that they couldn't seem to win their buy rounds. Even when they won on thrifties, they would end up, you know, being able to buy up and then would just get shut down once again. Like Kessler just had their number. Ploop came out, had huge, you know, shoes to fill with Logan and definitely filled them well for his team. Him neck and neck on that, the lurk for Andrew trying to flank. He just had him majority of the time. It was very, very tough. He's, you know, you love to see that.
And that's the thing though. I've seen Terra lose a few games before. After they lose a game, something inside of them just clicks. And when that click happens, you see games go 13-5. It could be a toggle button, just kidding. But what we want to see is them toggle their mentality into winning this game. They need to get in their head that they might actually lose their belt right now. Because before, you've seen them, you know, go for knife fights. You know, they have attached to Terra is not only great gamers, but sometimes an ego follows that. But now we're going to try to get into a commercial. Next map is going to be Icebox, and we'll see you after this break.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Skybell series for IGL. I am joined again by Swifty in Game 2 of these grand finals. Game 1, we saw a real smacking happen towards the end by BNRGG onto Terra. Is Terra going to bring it back and keep their belts on their waist? What do you think, Swifty?
I think that if Terra wants to come back, they're really going to have to figure out how to shut down Kessler. Kessler is a strong contender right here. I think as long as Andrew can get in his groove, because he's always been a wonderful player for them on Terra, if he can get in his groove and start shutting down Kessler, I think that their team can definitely take it. Icebox is a very fun map to be able to rotate comfortably on as well for both teams, in my personal opinion. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. We've got Andrew off of the chamber and onto the Sage, right? Teams are different this time.
We're seeing a little bit different. I've seen Andrew top frag 30 bomb on Sage in this bracket. So we're hoping to see that. His Sage is very powerful. You might know him as the Chamber, but him on Sage is nothing to be scoffed at. And Kessler, last time we saw him on Breach. And the power of Breach is you can treat him like a duelist with that flashbang and his util to scare people away. He's not at all in a character with a similar playstyle. So I don't know if we can comfortably say that Kessler is going to perform the same, considering he's now Killjoy.
Agreed, but you see most of the time, like, people don't look well for KJ's util, so he can definitely, slow plants down, do a decent bit of damage, especially if he has them coupled with his alarm bots. So I wonder if we're going to see the same kind of gameplay that we had out of him from Haven.
And one thing is, usually the best counter to Killjoy is actually a Brimstone, because the Brimstones open up the skies, completely wipes out a Killjoy ult, no matter how many layers are above it or below it. And that's kind of like, what you want to shut down. But there is no counter for this Killjoy, and Kessler is very happy about that. So now we're moving into round 1, making sure that we're following our observer and getting into the game here. Terra going for an A push while we do have a very aggressive defensive push through mid.
Yeah, already pushing out from both Chamber and KJ here on the flank as the knife comes out late. Getting intel.
Doesn't quite spot it, that fade, or that Viper wall, but Viper in the backline trying to fight the two. Kessler already getting his first kill of the game because that Chamber doing a little bit of damage, but Bless is going to be here. Soul shuts him down. Hyunmin able to get the trade. Kessler in a great spot. Spots PKM, not able to get a pick. And Hyunmin gets another one tap, but that is a wall on bomb. And they're just gonna stick it. There's nothing that they can do. And that's the end of first round with a solo Sage able to stick and defend.
200 IQ wall right there. Trapped himself in. They never looked down, and he just stuck it out.
Great play coming out from the defense. The amount of stuff happening in the back with everybody inside of that lobby trying to shoot each other, and great play from the Chamber and the Killjoy on the flank, making them buy enough time. The Sage walling herself in, utilizing the previous wall that the Terra used. It's great Valorant.
You see Kessler busting out the Bulldog here once again. We've seen he's super, super strong with this Bulldog. I wonder if he's going to keep doing damage.
Soul able to take out Andrew and Lemons inside of B long. Spike is now down, leaving Bless all alone. And he spots Spy and already gets taken down. Terra, not sure where they're going. It was a thrifty round, but they're not hitting those kind of kills that we consistently see from them. And I'm hoping that they kind of bring it back here. But
once again, we see, 2 rounds, the pistol rounds, and the pistol round, the bonus round, usually not going Terra's way. So hopefully they can get some momentum here with these weapons. But, I mean, with Kessler on that Bulldog, we've seen him pick and trade up many, many a times.
Now, one thing I will say about Terra is consistently, they have not won pistol rounds very often in games that they've actually won the entire way through. So what I am hoping to see is them bringing it back now that they have a bye. And we expected that last game, and it didn't quite happen, making it a little bit neck and neck, but it's Icebox. And there goes Knight taking out PKM. Slow goes down. Bless is able to get the trade without taking any damage. allowing Soul to get caught out, but what a shot from Soul. Luckily, he had Ploop Nugget there to take out Lemons. Great team play.
Perfect use of util right there from Knight. You know, he wasn't able to get the trade, but he did get him slowed and stuck in there. For his 2 other teammates to be able to get picks was huge.
And we do see the bomb is down, which is great. But there's the killjoy you were talking about. Those lineups able to almost prevent the bomb from being planted, but Andrew choosing to stick it out and healing himself instead. There's Kessler trying to get the trade, but his aim just isn't really keeping up with them. Do have Hyunmin, 90 ping. He gets one. Is he able to get another nice flashbang? But Ploop Nugget. Oh, the toxicity shoots him down in the head and then starts to press that crouch button. Look at what is going on already, winning their bonus round.
You know, you've got to be on such a great high too from winning previous, rolling into the finals, now winning the previous game here against, you know, the champs. Like, you've got to be confident in this, and it's got to help for every one of those gunfights.
And you love to see what these guys are bringing to the table because their aim is up there. You know, at first, when I was watching them in the semi, they were warming up, playing against higher and higher tiers. And now they're in the final bracket. And I feel like, you know, when you're in the zone after warming up in a deathmatch, you want your deathmatch, you're ready to play some comp. This is that feeling you have where you're just ready. And then it works out in your favor. And these attackers are feeling the brunt of that.
The double sentinel here on A2 is wonderful from Knight and from Kessler. Both good shots. Both use their util very, very well. Got Chamber here on B.
But Bless is able to take out Knight, and that is going to be an A push there. It's a 4 against 4. Attackers need to try to get on A. The spike is in mid in Andrew's hands, and Ploop Nugget wants to try to push up underneath the tube here.
See, getting some damage down. Intel.
You have Bless trying to push up Kessler. Already taking out PKM, but Bless is there. Kessler's no longer a factor into this round. And now it's just Spy holding it at Stairwell. Trying to tap fire. We got a res coming out. PKM is brought back to the fray. We spot one. Spy able to take out Lemons. Very aggressive push from Lemons there, but Bless able to take one down and another. This could be a potential ace if he swings around. He wants it. Only 9 HP in Soul's hand. Bless dropping down and acing it for Team Terra. That's the kind of comeback we wanted to see, and Bless brought it.
Tactical crouch coming out from Bless as well as he picks up that off.
Team Terra really said, oh, you're going to teabag the champions. Let me humble you right quick, and teabagged the ever-loving body parts of those gamers. Look at that. That's why you never try to be toxic, especially when it's only game 2. You still have a chance of losing, and if it goes into overtime after losing, your mental's going to get crushed.
Oh, 100%. And it's just going to boost, you know, Terra there because they know that they only have 1 game left to go.
Nice knife coming out, getting info on Ploop Nugget. That is a big offensive push that they need to get out there on the attacking side. B longs to the attackers. Nice.
KO ult gonna come out.
Oh, we have a KO ult and we have a fade ult. Hyunmin takes out Ploop Nugget. Kessler able to shut down Hyunmin and Bless, but we can still see a pickup here. Knight is there. Lemons is there to pick it up, and he's resing his teammate. Spy has to manage to push in here to try to prevent the res.
Getting seen here by PKM. Nate coming out.
Res is back up. He spots one. Lemons swinging around, opening up for PKM, who likes to play around his team, getting intel.
PKM just using his util amazingly, trying to give his teammates time to be able to get the res to turn it into a 3v1 was brilliant right there.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to say is what we are seeing from TE is they're bringing it back. They're in the headspace. They've warmed up enough, and that's what we had. I think the activator was Bless getting that ace, and now that he's gotten it, he's ready to sell it.
Oh, 100%, especially, you know, when it comes to the frustration, like You know, oh, you're gonna disrespect me, you know, with the tactical crouch coming out. PKM with the pick here on Ploop, which takes out their smokes for retake.
Andrew taking out one, but Soul clean
Spike
shots
down,
with that
attacker
headhunter. It hunts ahead, and Andrews is the important victim of it. PKM sliding around. Doesn't get the pick, but does scare away the chamber. That means the spike can be picked up, and B site is now clear.
See, they're gonna be picking up Orb here, trying to get that Fade ult out once again. Flash coming out.
Catch them.
Completely clearing out every spot that they think somebody might be.
Oh, but Bless through the smoke takes out Knight. That is the kind of game sense we love seeing from Terra. And Bless gets another one, leaving only Spy. Is he going to be a good Spy and trying to not be detected here? Never mind. He's already shot in the head from Hyunmin. Bless and Hyunmin, each one getting a clean shot through it.
You know, they're both working so well together right here on their attacks. Like, the use of both of their ults for push is just phenomenal.
And that, those teammates on Terra, the ability that they have and held where they can just shoot through a smoke because they assume where a player is, they're right maybe 60% of the time. And that's really high for blindly shooting just because their game sense is up there, you know? They've played against teams like TSM Academy before. They know how to win this.
Game sense is so huge when it comes to this game, along with, you know, what we see when it comes to timing and stuff. And it's just all panning out so well for Terra right here. This is just like last game, neck and neck right here once they start getting in the momentum. And this is so much fun to watch and see, you know, for a finals.
And now Spy trying to push forward. Is he going to try to get at least one pick? You know, his teammate already got dropped by Andrew's operator. He's a Sage, and he's still rocking that op, which just tells you how confident he is from that training he has as a or not a killjoy, but as a chamber player.
KJ Alarmbot's going to come out here. PKM's going to get the pick on Spy. Looks like we still have Bomb over here on B.
The only thing stopping Terra from full sending is getting this Viper killed. And they know that the Viper likes to play B. Andrew is really far pushed up watching Snowman with that operator, but he has the spike. So his team has to rely on him getting the pick or them trying to just push site as a team. And it looks like they're going to choose the latter. They're going straight into B. Floop Nugget shoots through the smoke. That's already half his ammunition gone. Knight resing Spy. Bomb gets planted, but there's one inside. Oh man, PKM taken down. Kessler gets a lot of picks. Andrew goes down. Knight is there. It's all up to Lemons. Just playing around his ult. We have a counter ult from the Killjoy. And Kessler's able to win those. Great attempt from Lemons using his utility. It's just not going to be enough, especially against Kessler, who will choose to say, my ult's bigger.
You know, and that's always going to be the smartest thing to do right there when you have a KJ. You know the Viper ult lasts for so long for her to move out of it. So you want to push her further back. You want to be able to try and get, you know, Bomb to half or get the pick on her and clear it all out for you.
And that's kind of what we saw. The res on Spy, very vital because that gave more bodies to throw at TE. And when TEs were low on time, they get a little bit panicked. And when you have a lot of people that you can kind of sacrifice, like Spy pushing in, that's where you're going to see the clutches come out.
We've seen BNRGG was very comfortable when they played on Ascent with little to no time. So it's nothing to them to play with very, very little time and win the rounds.
Soul does have it up right now, and he wants to get in here to try to get these picks off, but there's nobody inside of a lobby, leaving the Team Terra to push inside of B-Long for the third time in a row here.
Viper Wall's going to come out from Lemons here. Loop's going to be trying to do the same thing he did last time, covering as much ground as he can.
Do have that Ult coming out. PKM uses the showstopper, shuts down Ploop. But he doesn't hear the one inside of Kitchen. Soul takes out Bless. This is the play you want to see. Kessler's there now holding W, needing to get in here, spotting one, but Hyunmin is just a little bit faster than he is. PKM gets one, gets two. Triple kill for him so far, and it's all up to Soul with an operator in hand. Is he going to be able to try to clutch or get some picks? Spots PKM, nades getting thrown. They assume where Soul is right now. And Andrew buddy hops right into Soul, taking him out of the sky, leaving Soul still able to get a few more picks here. The bomb timer ticking down. He needs to play more exit picks and try to get out.
PKM jiggling it perfectly, just trying to get him to waste his shot so he can swing him. But
oh, wow. He had it ready for him. But there goes the bomb, not killing anybody, but Soul did lose an op that round, and the game is now back to being tied. I did love how PKM was like, hey, remember that one time in CSGO back in 2016 where they kept throwing pistols? Yeah, let's do that. You know, fake flashes? Yeah, it's CSGO time. But it's beautiful to see it in Valorant, especially with how many utils are not shaped like classics. But let's see what's going to happen here.
So we're going to have our defensive team here on their save round. Hopefully they can do something with it, you know. Soul's getting in the groove. Kessler's getting some picks. We've got a huge ult coming out from Ploop.
That's a very vital ult. It does cut off a lot of choke points, but it honestly, if these attackers manage to go around through pipes, that ult doesn't do a whole lot because they still have a large area of sight not covered.
I'll find you.
Yeah, that is the thing about Viper here, along as well as on Breeze.
And Fade, big counter to Viper. Bless coming out there, taking out Knight. Spy needs to get a pick, but he can't. And now we see PKM taking him down. Kessler is the only one here with the Sheriff able to try to compete. We do have Soul inside of main. And he has his ultimate up, but PKM with the Judge.
Just shuts him down.
Oh no, and PKM from that distance. Come on, what are you doing? PKM's such a mean man going in with just, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. I have a Judge, you die. That is what PKM does.
That's what the Judge does too. Like, I hate when I see somebody jump around a corner with the Judge.
You see, I'm gonna call you out on that because if it's what the Judge does, then somebody needs to explain why I'm so plat and I only use the Judge. Okay, I want to be a higher rank. Why can't I be PKM? But we need to get in this game. Next round, it's gonna be a full buy from the defenders. Light armor on Team Knight, but great economy from the attackers.
We got Soul pushing up. The attackers dodge the arrow.
And he's dead. Good try. Andrew's able to click on Soul, take him right away. Now it's up to PKM to try to get it. There's a wall. He doesn't care. He's PKM. Bless is there to take out Ploop Nugget. Terra Esports is back, baby. And they are ready to flex their belt. Or they might just take it off and hit you with it because they are ready here. That's what happens when you teabag. Beautiful use of util. Tries to clear sight. Kessler's there, swinging around. Takes a little bit of damage, and now he's suppressed. No more use of util.
The places where Fade can get her haunts on this map are just crazy.
Yeah, you know, I've seen a lot of Grim Walls on Icebox, but Fade is, you know, equally as qualified to impress me with the util lineups. Now, what we just saw was Kessler trying his best to get picks. Right now, the MVP for their defending team is Soul. He's been able to consistently get those picks off, but he's not there with his team pushing in. He's getting picked off a little bit early, or he's the last one to die, and he's always on a save. So even though he has a lot of kills, they haven't really been vital kills to winning the rounds. Those can be summed up to Ploop Nugget, Knight, and Kessler, who have been consistently doing the retakes.
Oh, 100%. And like we've seen this before, right? On the last map on Haven from TEB, you know, getting in the groove. But then we see, you know, our team BNRG come alive, you know, once they swap over to the other side. But PKM is just gaining so much ground for his team into these sites.
PKM is definitely bullying them with the showstopper, the nade, with the ability to jump out with that judge. He's saying, hey, I might have not had a good first game, but I am here and I'm here to stay. Shock dart coming out, taking out Bless. What a great shock. Now, Spy is going to push up, but no more util. Great pop from the null out. And now, Hyunmin spotting 1 and 2. Kessler taking out PKM. They spotted Hyunmin, and Hyunmin gets 1, but Spy's there with the trade.
Spy here's the zip line.
And just takes it down. And there's lineups and a bullet in the head for Kessler Zera. Great round for the attackers, going 4-7, making this the last round of the half. Are we going to see an 8-4, or will it be another 5-7 like we saw in game 1?
I would love to see another 5-7 and see how the game goes from there for sure. Looks like for buys, we're going to have full buys. PKM buying the op here.
PKM with an operator, we saw what he could do with that, especially because when you have an op and you use satchel charges to kind of slide around, you're hitting pretty dang hard. So Lemons needs to get in here with his teammate, PKM and Lemons with Spike, while their team is making a lot of noise. Soul able to take out Andrew.
And the slow coming out, able to dodge out of that with his TP there.
Luckily, it's not too much of a hassle because the over-rotation, there's 4 on B. It's only up to Spy to hold it down. If PKM is able to jump in with his op and take him down, he also has Shorty just in case. What are we going to see as the retake and take options that are going to be played? Bomb getting planted a little bit to the right of default. And they do have lineups for that. So we got a shock dart coming out. Here is the owl drone. And it's gone.
You always hate to see that. You just pop your owl drone and then it's shut down by the KO knife.
Can't use that.
Oh, but we have the ult coming in for the retake. It's gonna scare him back, but a counter ult from Bless. They can't hear. That's all 5 hit by the decay and the mark, but they don't know that the bomb is being defused. And there we have another one of those cheeky walls able to get done. Turning it 5-7. PKM gets the kills. I mean, they killed everybody at the end of the round, but it's the last round of the half. Doesn't matter how many guns they lose.
Knight has just been using wonderful walls right here for their defusals, you know?
Yeah, and we saw the util usage was the MVP for Team BNR on both games so far. Little thing happened, though, on the Switch. We did see their util get a little bit more lackluster because they're changing how they're going to be retaking, how they're going to be attacking. And Terra Esports, you know, has the better comp here for the defense, considering that the attackers only have a Killjoy. And a Killjoy on Icebox attack, not very solid.
Yeah, knife comes out here from KO. A little bit of intel. Playing this slow through mid as well.
All right, what do we got? We got Soul now trying to push into middle. We have a split, and the bomb is still outside. But, oh my god, Bless says hello, and Soul says goodbye. Great shot from him so far. He still has 5 bullets in his headhunter. Is he going to hunt for another head? He does not manage to hit the player Lemons, but Spy gets taken down long range from the shot from Hyunmin. And Floop Nuggets gets to a fight with PKM. These defenders already pushed up. Presence detected. Bike is in the hands of Knight. And we do see that flank coming in from Soul, taking out Lemons.
You know, Ploop now getting matched up against PKM on the flank is very different from when he ran into Andrew.
Now Knight takes out Hyunmin, and he needs to push in. They have full A site control, and he walls himself up and cannot plant right now. A little bit of a misplay here, but they're going to break it. The vitalness of that wall has been kind of squashed now. But PKM, he's got a sheriff in hand, and he's ready to push with his teammate Andrew. These guys are the top of the top right now. Oh. Top of the top doesn't matter if you don't have the soul for it. That's what we're talking about. Clean headshot. And now it's up to Andrews. Drops down, spots him, and gets it. Grabs himself a different classic instead of reloading. But unfortunately, Knight's able to swing it around and kill him with that ghost.
You know, and this is what we've seen from BNRG as well before when they swapped over, is their post plants are phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely
strong.
You know, their post plants are great. When they wanted to plant, they missed it because of that wall. But what we want to see is a tech pause getting called from Team BNRG. And are we going to see that pop out here? So we have a new match timer on. Little tech pause. They do have 10 minutes, so we'll see what's going on and find out. Now, what I'm going to ask is, since we're in this position, we do oh, it's a tech pause, and Viper just popped his wall down. They have enough time to know that there's a wall on B. But regardless of that, so far we're seeing TE performing a lot better than they did the first game. They had the momentum 3 rounds into 4 rounds, and now it's going to be second round. We do have PKM buying another gun, but everybody else is going for pretty much a full save here.
Yeah, but we've also seen here most of the time on the pistols, like we just said earlier, they usually don't win. So BNRG can definitely tie this game up, and we can see just back and forth like we did on Haven.
Yeah, and if it becomes a back and forth, it'll be a very intense finals, and I'm kind of excited for that, especially with how much is on the line. $275 and a title that has been held by TE for quite some time now. These guys are the month-to-month victors, and I don't know if they're going to be able to hold it down.
You know, honestly, that you want to keep that title for as long as you can, and being, you know, the underdog, you want to take that title and shut them down. So this is huge.
If I had the IGL Victor title, I'd put that on my Indeed resume. Okay, I'd put that on my dating app profiles. I'd put that everywhere I could, because I just want IGL and I'm on Team Terra Esports. But if you lose it, then you can't. No one wants to put I won last month's event. That doesn't look as good. You got to win every event. You got to bring your A game. So let's see what's gonna happen here. We're getting in this, and this tactical timeout, we might have to go to commercial just because it's been going on for a little bit longer, and we still don't know exactly why we have a tac timeout going on here.
Yeah, I can't seem to tell anything from. Okay. It's like we're going to go to commercial.
I just noticed those penguins right there. Some nice looking penguins.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell video doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone, so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full-color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. touch the sky. Hate and coming, come with me, sorry, rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
All right, thank you everybody for being extra patient with us today. Looks like we had a little technical timeout on the team BNRGG, but we are back yet again, and we're ready to have some fun. So where we left off, 6 and 7 on the scoreboard. Thank you everybody for sticking it through the commercial. But now, Team Terra Esports on second round, going with some light buys, and they need to try to win against some 2 Bulldogs and even a full Phantom on Knight.
And before we went to that technical pause, Ploop set down his wall on B, which seemed to have thrown.
That actually did throw him off. They're all there thinking that it was going to be it. The technical pause working out in Terra Esports' favor. Bomb, or not in Terra Esports, but instead in BNRGG's favor. Look at them on site now.
Great control here on site. And having all their weapons. Well, they have a pick down on PKM here.
Oh, almost gets it. But that's going to be healed back up to pretty much full. Hyunmin does have a frenzy in hand, and we've seen what he does with these. That's what he does. And he gets it. Here comes a pop flash going out, and he needs to drop at screen. They did just pick up a bigger gun. But we still have Knight with that Phantom that they have to battle out. Kessler, nice shot. It's all up to Hyunmin, who can't peek through that corridor and gets taken down. Great round for the attackers. A little bait with that wall early.
Honestly, anytime I see Kessler with a Bulldog, I'd hate to be going up against him. He does so well with it. It's so strong. Looks like we're going to have PKM on a short buy here, but the rest of his team is going to be able to buy up.
He is a raise, so he can still do some damage with that nade, that satchel charge, and just he's good at getting behind people, and we've seen him use very cheap weapons to do a lot. So hopefully we see that occur today. Nice piece of util.
Coupling up the util here on mid like that. Full pushing here onto B.
Looks like the bomb is going to go down. This has been such a great attack so far. They already lost their Viper, and the defense has to retake into a lot of util. Still got a Sage slow.
Along with Sage heal here. Soul trying to peek out. Andrew possibly having the angle on him.
Nice shot from Andrew. Beautiful round, and now they're trying to swing around here. Kessler able to push forward.
See the slow coming out by Knight here. Wall coming out.
On the wall, but it's not that good. Andrew able to get 3, but it's all up to PKM, who has that Spectre. Takes out 1. Not a lot of time remaining. And he does not get it. Great attempt with the spray down with that Spectre, but it was a close round. And honestly, you know, the buy round, that puts them ahead, though. And the bonus that they got from that, they're going to be in it for a long time.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, with those pistol rounds not going in Terra Group's favor, right? It's going to be back-to-back here. We're now at 8 and 7.
We are at 8 and 7, but here's the thing. Hyunmin hits those shots with the Sheriff. PKM hits those shots. Andrew hits those shots. So everybody's rocking. We need a buy, and we need this win. Even though the score is really tied right now, the economy momentum needs to be shut down at this round.
Soul getting the pick.
BKM does take out one. It's a 3v4, but that is an incredibly low chamber. Hopefully there's a heal going his way soon. But that's a res. Now it's a 5v3. That makes it incredibly hard for these defenders to try to hold it back unless we see a nice multi-kill coming out from maybe Andrew inside of mid right now.
You have him pushing through the decay.
Ooh, oh, and
one
he
pick.
gets it. Nice. Clean shots. Bless. Hearing Ploop Nugget inside of orange. Both of
hear
the
them
defenders.
rotating too.
Yeah, they got all the intel that they need. They just have to execute it perfectly. This Viper not looking at him. Bless able to get it. It's now a 2v3, and that vulnerable pushes the bomb back. Bold util used. Now Spy pushing
I'm
forward.
coming down.
Great try from Bless. It's just bad timing. He's only 8 HP. Lemons. And he's taken down. Great effort coming in from the attacking side. I mean, that eco round, you took out the Sage ultimate, you took out 3 players, and now we're gonna have yet another timeout. But let's talk about it. So what we saw from the TE team is a great use of their thrifty rounds into being able to buy. The economy of the attackers has been slowly whittled down, but they still have enough to do 2 full buys if necessary. And they're 2 points up. So we need to see PKM. He's got this operator. Hyun Min, Bless, Andrew, and Lemons all work together to retake a site or just fully hold it down and lose nobody. If they can get a single flawless round, that would push them into winning this game.
Oh, 100%. And like you said before, when they do have these save rounds with the sheriffs, they do exactly what they need to do. They get the picks, right? They hurt the economy of the attackers, right? And just help their confidence and roll into a good buy round where they're able to grab an op and full buy everything up and hopefully do some damage with these guns. They do have 2 ults as well on their side versus the 1 ult on the attackers.
Well, we do have to remember that Kessler Zera is super close to having his Killjoy ult, and that Killjoy ult will shut them down. It's the only way that they could break it is if they push past Kessler, and Kessler's been incredibly powerful at holding those angles no matter what. So almost 2 ults available on the attack to hold the site after bomb goes down. It's all up to how they can get these early picks like that. PKM taking down Knight. And now it's going to be a 4v5. No more Sage ult, no more Sage.
Soul pushing up, and we've seen that he can definitely connect his shots in this game.
He's getting it. And that's Kessler Zera. That's no more ultimate. No possibility at holding a site very easily, but the attackers do have A, and we're looking at a retake positioning.
Loop's going to be working his way up, trying to get the pick. He isn't able to get the trade on to Lemons, though. But he does do damage.
Nice shot. Hyun Min going down to Soul. And Bless tries to pick off another one. Bomb going down. Nice use of utility. We do have a Prowler being sent out by Bless. And it does take a bite out of Ploop. This man's blind. But it wears off. And he's able to almost get a pick. That's a res. And an ultimate does not get any kills. But Spy's there. The ult from Andrew. Great use of util. They still have one, but Soul with the flick. Now it's going to be a 1v2. And Bless wins it. Great round. And that's exactly what we want to see from Terra Esports to bring it back. They did lose quite a bit of people, but they were able to still save the op.
And that's always nice. The operator is just such a powerful weapon. And peeking it, you have to win that gunfight, right? Because if you whiff, that op is taking you out.
And we saw the operator taking out one person at the start. And the biggest person that they could take out is that Sage. Without the heals, how we see BNR GG play is they are comfortable taking a little bit of damage to getting a trade. And without a Sage, you don't get that comfortability anymore.
Agreed. Like, Sage's util may seem like not as powerful as it did when the game first started, but it's the heal is so top notch because you can ego peek and take that damage and hope to get a trade or back off.
Now we are seeing Soul. He has his ultimate up here. He's not buying a gun. He couldn't afford a full gun, and he didn't really need to. But we're seeing an attacking Killjoy ult to take sight. Does not clear Snowman, though, and that allows Andrew to try to hold this down. Still on the flank, taking out Hyun Min. And he hears 2 more people pushing him. He's just going to rotate back around. The ult allows them to get the bomb down. Viper wall. Bomb is down. They have advantage. Great round so far for BNR GG. Well, what is Terra going to do to respond?
They do have the Fatal to be able to try and push them further back, and looks like it's going to come out right here.
Great shot from Lemons, and that Fade ult pushes people onto site. A counter ult from Lemons might get them onto site, but he gets sniped. He walks right into it, leaving Spy all alone. There's no more ult giving them cover. It's all up to Spy to try to bring this back. And PKM and his op is going to say no thank you.
Tying it up
9-9. 9-9. God, this has been such a close final. Honestly, I love seeing Terra Esports getting rustled a little bit. It could be from the roster change, or it could be that BNRGG are here to say we are going to be the next champions.
Honestly, it's making for such a great finals as well. I can't stress that enough. A game where you're just going neck and neck, back and back is always so fun because it makes you have to work for it.
Yeah. We need to see more people kind of work for these kind of things, because in the past there's been complaints where Terra Esports just swamps them. So it's a breath of fresh air when we see them kind of having to struggle a little bit. But now PKM spotting one. He knows that the bot is there, does not get baited to shoot, but he takes out the bot at the same time the Sage peeks. Could have been a pick, but timing. That's the theme of the day.
He had such a great angle too, not getting spotted by the KJ util and able to still hold with the op. Is super unfortunate he couldn't get that pick there. Soul clearing out here at Long.
I'm trying to push it. We got to get this going. Now, we know that there's a Sage, but the Sage... Oh, the timing from Andrew! Timing! Theme of the day. Put it on a t-shirt, sell it to the masses. What is happening right now? Andrew's trying his best, and he's got luck on his side with how this game has been progressing.
The Sova drone coming out here. He's able to dodge it.
Bless taking out Bloop Nugget over in mid. Allows Hyun Min to push up here.
30
we
seconds
do have
left.
Terra Group being 5v3 here.
Lemons pushing up close, takes out one with the Spectre, remaining. Leaving the Sage. They know where the Sage is. The Sage knows where that she's been spotted, and she just lets them mark her. And there goes Bless. Click on the back of the head, and it's an end of round. Now, they tied it up, and now they brought it back. 2 more rounds remaining.
Honestly, Terra is doing fantastic as a team as a whole, you know? 21, 20, 16, 15. Like, they're doing great to put get picks and put down damage on the opposing team.
And what I love to see is both of the Vipers are, instead of going for flashy kills, big picks, they're playing around their teammates. They're using util, and that utility is keeping their teammates high. So they might not have the best KD, but they're still in it because of that.
Oh, 100%. Like, people always think that it's all about kills, but at the end of the day, like, your util helps sway around.
Now Knight tries to push forward, and he does not know where the enemies are. PKM has his operator spot. Soul, PKM's incredibly low and barely makes it out alive. There's one pick. Bus reloads right in front of Spy. Oh, the timing!
Timing.
Time it again. The timing's gonna not be the right time to peek, and here we go. PKM jumping down, gets a pick. It's now a 1v2. Does not have advantage because that ultimate, he manages to barely dodge out of that.
The K wearing off now. Tries to clear further back.
And he gets it. No more ultimate available. He does not know where they are. Is he going to check the corner? He's not. And Soul wins the thrifty round, tying it up 10-10. BNRG bringing it back to being tied. And their economy now fixed.
Honestly, great positioning by Soul. That little box, you clear once, and then you think that you're completely clear there. If he would have just naded over because he had already cleared behind once already, and he tried to clear it again with the nade. He was able to get the pick on the Viper and both of the Viper splatters to come out, and it's just unfortunate he couldn't clutch that round. Soul was in the perfect position.
Now, we are seeing a big push in for mid here, and A. From the defenders, actually. The defense wants to push out. They know that if they push mid, they get some picks. PKM can hold A solo, at least taking out Soul, who gets rezzed again. That's the power of when a Sage is popping off. You have a lot of rezzes to use. But Floop gets spotted and takes out Bless at the same time. There's no more Viper for the attackers. No smokes to get on site. They have to rely solely on their aim and their ability to outplay PKM, who has not really given it up that easy.
No, they haven't, and they're just playing so slow and smart right here on their retake. PKM is extremely dangerous with that op. He has a great angle along with Sage holding his cross.
The attackers still wanting to push onto A. We have Killjoy, you know, Kessler in the flank, but they just have to have time on their side, which BNR, they've had time.
You get a good wall down in.
Oh, but that's a great nade. Lots of damage being dealt, and it takes him down. He spots one and bodies. Knight is 1 HP. And there we go. PKM gets it, and that's another nade. Same spot. Is he gonna get 2 kills with it? No, Hyunmin steals it. But oh my, it's up to Kessler Zera. The bomb is planted for him. He spots it, and he gets it, but the bomb is halfway defused. And he gets another one. Kessler might actually be able to clutch it up here. And he does! Kessler is that guy. 4 kills to his name that round, even though PKM almost got 4 kills, 2 of which with a nade. It's nothing against Kessler's ability to hit those clean shots to clutch up. This man is now 18 and 15, and his ulti is ready.
I thought he was gonna miss the defuser, but he peeked it perfectly, took him out, and unfortunately Hyunmin didn't get the trade on him, and he was able to tap him as well.
And what we're seeing a lot of is timing. What we saw last round is the timing. Hyunmin tried to peek it, and we didn't see PKM being ready for that peek yet. And what happened is they all fought one at a time, and that is what Kessler wanted.
We're at the same point that we were last time, 11 to 10, in where Terra is on another save round. And yeah, they do damage, but from what we've seen from last game, it was a very, very different story.
It's going to be towards an A and B split right now. They're defaulting. They don't really have to be, but the defensive team completely broke. They're running on fumes. Their economy not catching up to what they needed to be.
Stole with the op too as well, and Chamber with an op. He's 1 away from another op, and he gets that ult and the pick.
Great round all around. Now, what we need to see here is these attackers try to rotate around. They already have advantage on weapons and body count. And there goes Soul, getting another one down. PKM, that's a big pick. That's the top frag. And Bloop right out of the wall, taking out Bless. It's all up to Hyunmin to try to get rid of as many guns on the enemy team as possible. This is their save round to try to go for 1 for 2. But he swings out, spots Floop Nugget, and unfortunately that crouch aiming headshot level, Floop's not able to compete.
Unfortunate, honestly. And the attacking team has 3 different ults that they can use here. You know, Sova for post plant, KJ ult for entry, while defending team Terra only has the Sage ult, which can definitely come in handy. You can push in, get a pick, you know, for the attacker on the attackers, and then hopefully be able to get res.
Now, Terra does have a full buy here, and when they have full buy, they usually win on momentum. They win the next 3. So we're seeing if that happens. Target does get hit from the recon bolt. We do see a big mid through orange push. PKM not able to hold it down. Fluke 37 gets it down. Andrew does get spiked though. And Soul has an op. Andrew needs to hold this angle, but he's already flanked. That push through mid is vital. This could be the end. It's a 2v4. And they have all the ultimates. Killjoy has ult, Chamber has ult, Viper ult being utilized, Lemons and Gunman, are they going to be able to keep themselves in this tournament?
Looks like Spike is going to be going down. He's going to be dropping in. Who's going to pick him off?
Close. It's all up to Lemons, who gets a pick through the wall, but it's not enough, making our brand new champions. BNRGG. You know what? They have GG in their name, and that's why you see good game coming out. What a round. It looks like we saw Terra Esports underperforming, but a beautiful play coming out of BNRGG. They brought it and they hit hard. Kessler Zera, MVP of the day, with how many times he clutched it up there, especially in game 1, 37 kills. Game 2, 18 with 3 rounds clutched. That's what we like to see. And Swifty, let me ask you, did you expect that outcome?
Honestly, I could never call which way it was going to go, because both of these teams from the first game to that game were neck and neck the entire time until we got to around 11-10, and I saw Terra being down by, the save. I was wondering if it was going to be the same as the first game, and it turned out to be that way. It was honestly amazing to watch. Super, super fun. Wonderful to be a part of this.
Yeah, I love Terra Esports because of what we've seen from them in the past. But now that there is a new champion that gets to wear the IGL belt, that is insane. And, that is a $275 tournament. So even though those teammates on Terra Esports didn't win the full pot, they still get $75. But that's $200 heading down to the pockets of the BNRGG teamers. And it was great to watch that gameplay. I was so happy to see, a variety in rounds going back and forth, 1v1s being kind of the end of each game, and it was great. It was great to see, and that only happens here at IGL when these teams are so close together, and the lore of these teams getting built up over time.
Honestly, it just means next time BNRGG is gonna want to hold the title, and maybe it's gonna flip again back to Terra, because it'll be the shoes on the other foot. It'll be for a great story. Honestly, super, super fun to watch. I never knew where it was gonna go, because both of these teams and every one of these players is so strong in their own regard. And sometimes, that, like we said, the story of timing got the better of them, and
that, I 100% agree with the timing. Terra's time to shine has just run out, and now the timing goes to BNR. So great games. Honestly, MVP, we got to give it to PKM for his consistency with that judge, and Kessler. Those two on both teams, I can see a rivalry being built because they're going to be here. And next series, I hope to see them at this plate again. Maybe not the same teammates, but I want to see them duke it out and see who exactly is the best.
Oh, 100%. That'll be the most fun to watch, Like, you would think, put them on a team and they could be unstoppable, but where's the fun in not having the rivalry of just going head to head? Each one of them being like, I'm better,
Yeah.
So.
And I'm excited for those back-to-back games. And, this is the IGLeague. We're seeing better and better teams coming up. And, at first, Terra was undefeated because, but we're seeing more talent and more skill getting in here, and that's only possible because of sponsors, and also because of players like these guys. They're coming in. I know IGL has grown a lot over the past week, so if you guys enjoyed these series and these streams, make sure to try to support it the best you can. We do have a Discord. You guys have any time if you want to play, if you're a viewer and you want to join and show up for the next time, for the potential of either winning pride money or a championship title, then head on over to the Discord there. Thanks to everybody for watching the Skybell series number 2, and I was joined by Swifty. Swifty, tell me where people can find you.
You can check me out on Twitch, every other social, I_Swifty. I'm live every day, all the time, and I post to every social. So you ever want to hang out, ask me. You can add me in the IGL Discord too. I'll respond to anything. We could game. We can, chat, whatever it is that you need.
And my name's Ed, also known as Educatinator or Edu. I am the same guy, or same way, not the same guy, I'm not Swifty. But I also stream. You find me on Twitter and TikTok. I'm a caster. We also got to give a huge shout out to the wonderful observer of the day, Sarkapels, who was able to capture a lot of those insanely nice plays and the beautiful camera angles that they put on for us today. So a huge shout out to not only IGL, but also to our observers, producers, and it was wonderful playing for you guys and casting. So hopefully we see you next time.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky.